stream elements. Said. Unicorn Turtle 669 is now live. Streaming Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney Trilogy, Let's Play Apollo Justice Part 15.
How tragic that he met such a terrible end. The murder occurred at the Plaza of Devotion during the purification rite. It was a bold crime carried out while the plaza was full of the faithful deep in prayer. The war-bat dagger was found impaled in the victim's upper back. The stabbing caused a spinal cord injury that killed him instantly. The war-bat dagger may be Kira's weapon of choice. We have already established that the accused prints were on the weapon, incredibly damning evidence in itself. No, I didn't do it.
Objection!
Hold your tongue. Now, being that the accused, Maya Fey, is a serial killer, the prosecution believes that the death penalty is the only possible sentence. Would the defense care to respond? The accused is innocent and nothing can convince me otherwise. After all, the crime scene was packed with worshippers. How could my client possibly have committed this murder without a single witness? The accused's fingerprints on the murder weapon alone is enough to render a verdict. As such, I see no need to debate this any further. But, well, once her benevolence conducts her seance, it will be clear for all to see. Your Majesty, might I have a word? Is something the matter, Prosecutor Sadnaddy? It is about the divination seance. Your benevolence. Stop right there, Prosecutor Sadnaddy. As you wish. Forgive me for overstepping my bounds. What was that all about? Barbed head, have you made peace with your fate? For this time, the divination seance will bring you to your knees. I'm ready, and I accept your challenge. The only problem is I have no weapons at my disposal. Our only hope now is what we can glean from the seance vision and Grapha's
Warrior
insights.
said, "Good afternoon."
Hello, Mora. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. Very well, divination seance, if you please, your benevolence. Yes, let us begin. Nana?
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
I don't get it. Why wasn't there anything to see? Your benevolence, what in the world? I was unable to evoke any sort of response. I called out the spirit's name many times, but to no avail. Just as I thought. Wait, what does he know that we don't? I had sought to confirm the contents of today's divination seance. After all, it is customary for the prosecutor to verify it beforehand. Come to think of it, I must go perform a divination seance for Pere Zelf. It is our custom for the prosecution to review its contents before trial begins. And that is why I sought to stop her benevolence from performing it here. However, she insisted that it be done. She wished to try one more time here in the Hall of Justice. It would appear her benevolence is tired from her manifold duties. I am not anything of the sort. The victim's spirit will not answer my call, but I know not why. Well, he was a rebel. He doesn't really believe in your version of justice. He doesn't want anything to do with it. He's rebelling against the system. Why would he show up? It is my sacred duty to convey the truth through the divination seance. Rafa, what are we to do without a divination seance? I suppose I shall have to deliver the last rites without them. The prosecution has already taken that into account when preparing for today. I am fully capable of proving the accused's guilt with or without a divination seance. You never fail to impress Prosecutor Sadmaddie. This is bad. Divination seance was my one and only hope. Your Majesty, her benevolence said she isn't tired, so shouldn't we try to find out why the divination seance failed? How curious, Mr. Wright. Why have you suddenly taken such a keen interest in the divination seance? Yes, explain yourself. The divination seance is for shedding light on the accused's crimes. It is the Holy Mother's hammer of wrath that is ever poised to pound you into your grave. You should fear it, not plead for it. Well, some people like getting a pounding, okay? I believe in my client. Plus, yesterday somebody told me something that changed my mind. The divination seance was once thought of as just another piece of evidence. If we were to correctly interpret the visions through careful analysis, then they would lead us to the truth behind what really happened. And the truth will show that my client, Maya Fey, is innocent. The truth is, you don't have anything else to fall back on. Huh, Nick? Maya, please, you're not helping. How dare you? The voice of Amitama is to be feared, not utilized by vile lawyers such as you. Seances exact a heavy toll upon the royal priestess. It would be best not to burden her any further. Or does Stiffens feel that I can pose no counterarguments without the seance? No, of course not. He saw right through me. I'll have to find a way to make the divination seance happen, or we're toast. Well, since a divination seance is not possible at this time, I see no other choice. Let us proceed with the trial without the seance, as Prosecutor Sadmaddie suggested. Thank you, Your Majesty. Why, you, I will not forget this barbed head. This will not be the last you see of me. Unless we fail the trial and get beheaded, but yes. Now then, I will now proceed by providing an outline of the case at hand. Very well. If the lead detective would please come to the stand, we may begin. Sorry, Mr. Wright. Detective Sky, I understand how you would wish to save the accused and the defense. They are your friends, after all, but you must let them go and move on. But there is only one way to save them now, by giving their souls a chance to burn away the taint of their sins in the infernal flames. I, I, I can't do this. No eating in the sacred hall of justice. Miss Sky. Yes? Don't worry about me and Nick. You just do your job. I'm sure Nick will figure something out. Eventually. Right. Thanks, Miss Fay. How very brave for a criminal with a tainted soul. Very well, Detective Sky. Please proceed. Okay, I can do this. Let me start with an overview of this case. The latest victim was Perez Zealot. He had been at training under the High Priest and living at his house for the past 2 years. The High Priest's widow, Believed in Me, has identified the victim's body. He may have been mistaken for a rebel and killed due to his connection to the High Priest. I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. Would the defense care to respond? I didn't spot any inconsistencies in her testimony so far, and I don't have any evidence in my arsenal. What am I going to do now? What is it, Maya? I was just wondering about how much the police actually looked into Acolyte Zealot, because it just might prove to be the key as to why the divination seance failed. What are you getting at? Well, it's just a hunch. Oh, like maybe that's not his actual name. That's another thing, right? Because she said that she can only do it.
Spin-Diva, said Peeb.
Welcome on in, Spin. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. But didn't they say that they had to have the name specifically? Otherwise, they can't do it by
Stream
calling
Elements,
somebody?
said.
You have to have their
Look who's
number?
decided to come swimming with us. This is their channel.
Wait a second. During my investigation, Rafa told me about how the divination seance works.
www.twitch.tv/spin-diva.
If I could figure out why it failed, maybe she could try it again. Okay, time to press for some more information. Hmm.
Hold it!
Was Mrs. Enmy's positive ID the only way you verified the identity of the victim? Well, no. We also checked the ID card he carried and the data in his family registry. But what? His personal information didn't match any of the public records we cross-referenced. Maybe that's why the divination seance failed. I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Wright. Here's what I'm thinking. Perez Zealot is a fake name. The victim decided to hide his identity for some reason. In other words, he was using a fake name. The royal priestess uses a deceased's face and true name to summon their spirits. Why, yes, that is indeed true. If he was using a forged ID and there's no mention of him in our public records, then he was likely an illegal immigrant. They are not uncommon here in Kuray. An illegal immigrant. Come to think of it, Latha
Diva
mentioned something.
said. What it do, Chief?
What it do, what it do. Something about immigrants yesterday. But if that's the case, we have no way of knowing who he really is. We'll have to proceed without holding a divination seance this time. I'd always thought the acolyte zealot was Kuranese. How the high priest must be lamenting his disciples' deception in the Twilight Realm. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think? Should we add this to the testimony? This is an important fact. Please add it to the testimony. It would seem to be a fact most inconvenient for the defense, but if you insist, Detective Sky, please add what you said to your testimony. Yes, Your Majesty.
Objection!
Sorry, Detective Sky, but the police missed something important in their investigation. Well, what are you talking about? The victim was undeniably a Kuranese native, and this crime scene photo proves it. It does? It's a little hard to see, but look closely. You'll see clear proof that the victim was Kuranese. Oh, where? I don't see anything that would prove that. This proves the victim was Kuranese.
Take that!
Look at this tattoo right here. Why, that's a tattoo of a peach. I would like you all to think about the meaning of this tattoo. The victim really liked peaches? Well, peaches are a favorite delicacy here in Kurain. They happen to be a personal favorite of mine. The sweetness of their abundant nectars and the softness of their perfectly white flesh. They are a blessing from the Holy Mother herself. Nick, I've suddenly got a craving for peaches. Don't forget the cream. If you're gonna have peaches, you kinda need peaches and cream. That's the best way to go about it. After the trial, Maya, right now we have bigger fish, and fish. Fish for the main and the peaches and cream for dessert. There we go.
Diva said. Peaches are gross.
You don't like peaches, huh? Well, each their own, I suppose. That's the beauty of life. Just don't go down to Georgia, right? Unfortunately, that is not a tattoo of a peach. It is not a peach, you say? Then what is it? Take a closer look. Haven't you seen something like that before? Namely, the tattoo on the high priest's brow. Oh my, what? This mark is only borne by members of the Kuranus Church. So that is what you believe it to be. But are they not utterly different shapes? Sure, they're shaped differently, but there's a reason for that. The victim had the peach-shaped tattoo inked over an existing tattoo for some reason. However, the dark red portion is exactly the same as the mark all Kuran's clergy bear.
Said. Too late, I went down there last weekend. XD, I find peaches to be too sweet.
Oh, I always found that an interesting concept when people find something too sweet, because I just love my sweets. I never can get enough of them, but I know some people can't handle them as well, so that's fair. Hey, you're right. Until about 20-some odd years ago, everyone did get one, didn't they? I myself bear one on my right foot. That is entirely too much information, Your Majesty. Information on everyone who enters the clergy is maintained at the temple. All we have to do is look up a monk with a mark at the same spot. I'm on it. I'll let you know if I get any hints. That will not be necessary. If you seek information on the clergy, I have it all right here. Oh my, you never cease to amaze. So tell us, is there anyone who fits the bill?
Spindash Diva said. Yeah, I don't like things that are overly sweet. I like sour and tart.
Sour can be good. I do like some good sour too. Some nice lemon. There is just one, and his name is Real Nemu. He became a monk 20 years ago. Well, now we know his name. Now we can do a divination seance. And that must be the victim's real name. But why would he have tried to cover up his tattoo with another one? There must have been some reason. Nick, that's not important right now. The important thing is we know his real name. You're right. Nora Macastry, now that we know the victim's real name, the divination seance might finally work. A lawyer who willingly seeks a seance. This is entirely unprecedented. You are but digging your own grave, Defense. We won't know that until we try. Sure, it's risky, but it's our only hope. Very well. Let the divination seance be held once more. Why would a lawyer work so hard to see the divination seance be held once more? You are a fool, barbed head, and your foolishness shall yield no gratitude from me. For with the truth revealed by my insights, I shall gladly seek your demise. Bring it on, princess, because I will correctly interpret each and every one of your insights. You will regret ever thinking you could use my sacred insights as evidence.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Oh my. It is just as Mr. Wright surmised. Pereza wasn't the victim's true name, and now at last we have seen the victim's final moments. But all we could see was the ground. You seemed terribly disappointed. I take it you did not find any fodder for one of your infamous turnabouts. I, on the other hand, have discovered something. Conclusive evidence that establishes the accused's guilt. You did. A most surprising surprise attack. So tell us, Prosecutor Sadmatty, what is this conclusive evidence you have found? The Plumed Punisher theme song that the deceased heard. Please consider this item here. It was confiscated from the accused during her interrogation. Hey, that's my Plumed Punisher strap. When you press the magatama on the Plumed Punisher's belt. It seems the accused inadvertently pressed the button in the midst of her crime. This strap is an extremely rare item, is it not, Miss Fay? You had better not break it. There's only one of those in the whole wide world. Maya, no! It is just as I said. Your flights of fancy have come crashing down on you. She sure seems to be enjoying this. Yeah, I've never seen her look so thrilled before either. It's time to accept the fact that the divination seance is far more than mere evidence. It is the very truth that brings the hammer of justice down upon the accused. That is as conclusive as evidence can get. Now then, if there are no further objections...
Objection!
Slow down there, your majesty. At least let me make a counter-argument. What's this? Do you take issue with the divination seance? Oh, I have issues with it. I just don't know what they are yet. But that's never stopped me before. The divination seance is not the absolute truth. It only becomes the truth after it's been interpreted correctly. You do not know when you are beaten, do you, you foolish lawyer? I am the only one who speaks for the Mitama of the deceased. If you believe there to be errors in my insights, then let us see you prove it. The victim was offering up his prayers. It was the night of the rite. Though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible. Then someone was there, and the theme to the Plumed Punisher filled the air. The accused held the defenseless victim down and plunged her knife into his neck. The blade struck true, and in that instant he departed from this world. That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moments. Her benevolence's insights have painted a detailed picture, both vivid and true. I didn't notice any holes there. As they stand now, those insights are really stacked against us. I'll just have to go over each and every one of the deceased sensations very carefully.
Objection!
Was it really the night of the rite? What do you mean? It could not be otherwise. The accused slew Acolyte Zealot after killing the high priest during the purification rite. The only problem is the deceased spirit does not corroborate that. What's this? Take a good look at what the victim smelled. Do you see how it says Gingil? Acolyte Zealots shouldn't have smelled any Gingil on the night of the rite. Oh, what do you mean? Let me back up my statement with some evidence for you. This should explain how the victim couldn't have smelled Gingil on the night of the rite.
Take that!
The high priest's wife, Believe in Me, told me about the Feast of Blessings. The feast includes a number of Gingil-based dishes, and they're only supposed to be served at a certain time the day before the rite. Why, I believe you're right. I had completely forgotten about that. During the feast, the unique smell of Gingil pervades the entire kingdom. The fact that the victim smelled it means he was murdered between noon and 3 the day before the purification rite. I am not so easily fooled. Did that autopsy report not make it clear? The estimated time of death was during the rite. Right, I taught her about that yesterday. Forgive me, Your Benevolence, but the estimated time of death is just that, an estimate. Depending on the circumstances, it's possible for it to change. Oh, what's this? Like, if a body was kept cold, the slow rate of decay makes the death seem more recent. Why, I believe I have heard something of the sort before. If it is as Mr. Wright claims, the estimated time of death in the autopsy report will have to be revised. Barbed head, you blinded me with science. Bill Nye the Science Guy. I mean, what? So sorry. Wait, what am I apologizing for? No matter. The murder may have occurred in the afternoon hours the day before the rite. Nevertheless, the murder weapon with the accused's prints on it is incontrovertible evidence. I will now amend my insight to account for this new truth. It was the afternoon of the day before the rite. Though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible. The time of death has been corrected, leaving my insight infallible. Nick, a change at the time of death is bound to cause some sort of inconsistency. If I had something that showed what it was like on that day, it could really help.
Objection!
The change of the date and time of the crime has caused a new inconsistency to surface. What's this? You are making that irritating face again. Cease that at once. Sorry, but this is the face I was born with. Now let's focus on what is important, what the victim saw in his final moments. Do you have bats in the belfry, Barbed Head? There's nothing to see. The ground at the plaza was all that entered the victim's eyes. And that's what I find so strange. On the day before the rite, it should have been impossible to see that pattern on the ground. Impossible, you say? Do explain. This piece of evidence shows why the plaza's ground was not visible that day.
Take that!
This newspaper has an article that's tiny in size, but huge in importance. It says that the ground was covered with thick white ice the day before the rite. What? But the victim did not see so much as an ice cube on the ground. Exactly. And so we must ask, what was the victim looking at in his final moments? If you have something to say, then say it. The last thing the victim saw was not the ground at the Plaza of Devotion. This can only mean that he was killed elsewhere. What? 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 Then where do you propose the victim was actually killed? Yes, tell us where, otherwise your argument is worthless. About that, I hadn't gone to that part yet. Any ideas, Maya? Let me think. Well, it's somewhere green and shaggy, right? Right, but where could that be? What is it, Barbhead? Giving up already? Not at all. Now where have I seen something green and shaggy? This shows where the victim was killed.
Take that!
The secret hideout the rebels were using. The rebel hideout. There was no such place anywhere on the floor of that chamber. You're absolutely right. There's no place on the floor anyway. Then what did the victim see in his final moments if not the floor of the rebel hideout? This is what the victim saw in his final moments.
Take that!
The shaggy green surface the victim saw was one of the moss-covered stone slabs. As you can see, there are two distinct hand-shaped impressions on the moss here. I believe the victim was killed while he stood there with his hands pressed against the slab.
Objection!
That does agree with the seance vision. However, one cannot definitely declare they are one and the same. I concur. There is no proof that a murder occurred in the rebel hideout. Indeed, what evidence do you have of this? I've already shown you the evidence. Or what do you mean? Please take a look at the second version of the photo I just showed you. You can see the results of the luminol test I performed in the rebel hideout. This is proof positive that someone had been bleeding in front of that stone slab. Is this true? This information has already been provided to the police. Detective Sky, to whom does this blood belong? Oh, we thought it was a high priest blood that flowed in from outside, so we haven't tested it yet. Then you must do so at once. Yes, Your Majesty. It appears the police have finished testing the blood. Detective Sky, your report, please. The blood found in the rebel hideout belongs to Perez Zala, just like the defense claims. Detective Sky, do you realize what your blunder has done to me? When this trial concludes, I want to see you in my prayer chamber. There, I will deliver a joyous sermon onto you for 8 hours straight. I'm really sorry, but please, anything but that. Nick, maybe, just maybe, this is a chance we've been waiting for. It would seem so. I hate to do this to Emma, but go for it. Full speed ahead. The victim was killed in the rebel hideout the day before the purification rite. Then his body was moved to the Plaza of Devotion by someone we've yet to identify. So, when we thought we saw Acolyte Zelot praying during the rite, he was already dead. And that's not all. If he was killed at the Inner Sanctum, that would explain one more thing. And that would be how the time of death was made to look later than it actually was, the proof of which was left behind at the Sanctum. This points to how the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was. Do you truly believe that could affect the estimated time of death? And why not? Then let's test this idea on your body. Pass? Mr. Wright's body may still be alive, but he is very much brain dead. I blew that one. So no one attempted to cover up the true time of death. No, I believe someone did. This points to how the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was.
Take that!
Why, these are photos of the inner sanctum. As I would like you to focus on this one. The proof is right here in this photo. This is how the time of death was made to appear later than it really was. You see how the snow has been removed from this one spot only. That's because it was used to keep the victim's body cold. And that's why the time of death wasn't what it seemed. The time was mistaken, and the place too. And just what do you believe that proves? That my client is innocent. What of her fingerprints on the dagger and the food Punisher theme the victim heard? You have failed to address these two key pieces of evidence. I see your point. Wasn't this your big chance, Nick? I'm really hoping that the difference in location can invalidate either the weapon or the theme song from being used as evidence against you. Actually, that might be possible, at least for one of them. Really? What's this? You say you can contradict our argument for a key piece of evidence. Very well, let us see you try. Nick, take a good look at the rebel hideout photo. Oh. The defense can invalidate this piece of evidence. The Coon Punisher theme, and how do you intend to support such a claim? Since the murder happened in the rebel hideout, there's something there that played the theme song other than my client's strap. It wasn't the strap. Is this true? The item that played the Coon Punisher theme song was this.
Take that!
This is a Coon Punisher alarm clock. I believe the victim heard its alarm go off. What proof do you have that the alarm went off?
Objection!
What proof do you have that it was my client's strap that played the theme song? Do not twist the facts with your lawyerly wiles. Either way, the accused would still be guilty based off of her prints on the murder weapon. And here is what really happened. The victim stood with his hands on the stone slab in the hideout. It was the afternoon of the day before the riot. Though there have been some twists and turns, that is the truth of what happened. I won't get anywhere until I can eliminate the dagger. Most impressive, your benevolence. I see no inconsistencies anywhere in the prosecution's case. No, there is one. What's this? You still claim there to be an inconsistency. Try as you might, the outcome will always be the same.
Objection!
The victim was originally thought to have been stabbed while bent over in prayer, but he was actually standing with his hands against the stone slab. So the question is, where did the sensation of something heavy come from? Yes, I see your point. Since the victim was standing, he couldn't have been held down. Then tell us, Mr. Wright, what was that heavy sensation felt by the victim? What caused the heavy sensation Zelot felt? Any thoughts, Maya? I agree, that sense of heaviness seems important, but there's also the matter of Zelot's hands on the stone slab. Why were they even there? Could it be related to the cause of the heavy sensation? Well, Mr. Wright, do you have an answer for us? Of course. If I just envisioned the state Zelot was in when he was killed, the cause of the heaviness the victim felt was... The only conceivable cause is the stone slab falling over, trapping the victim underneath. What? The stone slab came falling down on him, crushing him underneath. Right, that was the cause of the heavy sensation the victim felt.
Objection!
While your theory is impressive, you have overlooked a key fact. The victim was not crushed to death, rather he was stabbed. Do you claim that the dagger was plunged in after the slab had fallen on him? Plus, had the killer been behind the victim, they would have both been crushed together. Well, would you care to explain? I would love to. That doesn't mean I can. How could the dagger have been plunged in after the slab fell on the victim? The killer couldn't have plunged the dagger into the victim after the slab fell on him. But what if the murder weapon wasn't what we thought it was? Well, there were other weapons in the rebel hideout, but the entrance to the hideout is right by the stone slab. There isn't enough space between the two to use any of the weapons found within. There's not much space by the entrance, is there? So what was the real murder weapon then? I better think of something. If the murder weapon wasn't the dagger, then the dagger must have been plunged into the victim after he was already dead. That means he was stabbed at least twice, but the autopsy doesn't mention that. Then he must have been stabbed in the same spot with something shaped like the dagger. Would the defense care to offer an explanation sometime this century? Wait, wasn't there something dagger-like near the scene of the crime? Something that had a shape similar to the Warbad dagger. Present your evidence at this time, Mr. Wright. This shows what really killed the victim.
Take that!
Is this not the photo from the scene of the High Priest murder? Are you suggesting the murder weapon is hidden herein? This is what really took Perez Zelot's life.
Take that!
But that is the Warbad statue. Exactly. The Warbad statue has dagger-like feathers protruding from it. That is what really took the victim's life.
Objection!
You imbecilic fool. The statue is outside of the hideout. How do you propose to impale someone who is inside? Haven't you heard? The Warbad statue also functions as a hideout store. What do you mean? The statue can pull a complete switcheroo. A switch, to put it simply, is a revolving door. A revolving door. Why, that makes perfect sense. Therefore, I believe the truth behind the divination seance to be this. As the victim entered the secret hideout, the stone scout sculpture came toppling toward him. He threw up his hands to stop it, but its weight forced him backwards. Unfortunately, the Warbad statue is right behind him. This cannot be. But the accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger. She had held it while rehearsing for the rite, which is when her prints got on it. This is a shocking turn of events, but there is a great deal of circumstantial evidence in the defense's favor. I believe we must accept that the Warbad statue was what killed the victim. Now that we know how Acolyte Zealot really met his demise, there's no basis for claiming my client committed this crime. Nice work, Nick. How can this be happening yet again? The divination seance is the only truth. Know your benevolence. It's not the truth itself, but it is a means for shedding light on the truth. Do you understand now? Your kingdom needs lawyers so that they can interpret your insights. But that means I have been misinterpreting the voices of the spirits all this time. Your benevolence, are you unwell? All the color has drained from your face. I will be fine. Continue your proceedings without me. As you wish. I feel kind of bad for her. Now then, I would have the defense continue. Please explain what you have learned now that we know how the victim actually died. Acolyte Zealot was killed in the hideout before the High Priest's murder. That means the body found at the Plaza of Devotion was moved there by the real killer. But only after the Warbad dagger was thrust into him, to make it look like the murder weapon. That does seem to agree with what we know now. But why would the real killer go to such lengths? I believe stabbing Acolyte Zealot's body with the dagger and moving it to the plaza was to make it look like a serial murder. It was an attempt to make my client look like a serial killer. That's right, the real killer planned all of this forged serial murder case. They did. That's it, Nick. Keep hammering away. Your reasoning has more holes in it than that cheese you foreigners so enjoy. What? Like those putrid, hole-riddled clumps of curds that only a rat like you could love. Your reasoning, much like your putrid, hole-riddled brain, has putrefied. What's this deal with things going putrid? You have yet to overturn my argument that the accused is the killer. A careful analysis of the chain of events up to the killing exposes the truth as follows. Disguised as Lady Kira, the accused found the rebel hideout the day before the rite, but Acolyte Zealot had followed her there after noticing her suspicious behavior. Caught by surprise, she pushed the stone slab toward him, and we know the rest. I've never been to the rebel hideout in my life. When the High Priest arrived at the sanctum the next day, he realized what she had done. That is when the accused murdered him in order to silence him. I believe Prosecutor Sadnetti has posed a compelling scenario. The defense, on the other hand, has yet to disprove the accused's guilt.
Objection!
Why would my client move Acolyte Zealot's body to where everyone could see it? And why would she stab the dagger with her fingerprints into his dead body? She had no reason to do any of those things. The dagger in his court was likely a warning to the rebels. Something along the lines of Lady Kira will slay the defiant dragons. So that is why she moved the body to the plaza for all to see. Now he has the judge convinced too. I thought I had finally made some headway. Well, Mr. Wright, about time for one of your groans of distress, is it not? A groan of distress? It kills me to admit this, but I've got nothing to counter his argument with, and I still haven't disproven the allegations against Maya. Is it not time to end your futile struggle? You were already judged guilty yesterday. That makes you a dead while you're walking. Accept the death that now awaits you, and in doing so, finally know peace. A dead while you're walking, indeed. Then again, are not all lawyers who practice in Kurain? But I must admit I misspoke earlier. Allow me to amend my statement. I had said the defense's reasoning had a putrid cheese-like smell, but I now realize it stems from his own putrid body on the verge of death. Now I'm a rotting zombie. Think, who could have killed Zealot the day before the rite? Who knew about the rebel hideout and could gain access to the inner sanctum? Only those involved with the rite can enter the sanctum, so... Wait a second. Only a rebel would have known about the secret hideout, and the only person who was involved with the rite had access to the sanctum. That and was suspected of being a rebel is... Does somebody come to mind? Yes, except there's one huge problem. A huge problem. What are you two going on about? Plotting your escape from this sacred hall? I would not put it past you, considering you have no means to raise further objection. If I don't do something, Prosecutor Sad Maddie will have this one in the bag. I'll just have to bluff my way out of this, regardless of that huge problem. Your Majesty, I believe there is another suspect in Perez Zealot's murder. Even the most benevolent Holy Mother would not forgive such a desperate lie. After all, you know very well that such a person does not exist. No, there is one person who knew everything. Does such a figure truly exist? Tell us, who might that be? I believe the prime suspect in Acolyte Zealot's murder is...
Take that!
It had to be someone allowed to enter the sanctum and who knew of the hideout, and that would be the High Priest. He could have committed the crime if it occurred the day before the rite. He would pin a crime upon the dead, knowing very well they tell no tales. Have you no shame? Dead men tell no tales. That is definitely a problem. If only the High Priest could tell his side of the story. What? Do I have something on my face? Wait a second. Could this actually work? Oh no. Don't tell me I have some of my breakfast caught between my teeth. No, if there's even the slightest possibility, I'll have to go with it. Your Majesty, dead men do tell tales. Therefore, I would like to request the High Priest's testimony. His testimony. And just how you propose we get the deceased to testify. There's a way for the dead to testify. It's known as channeling. Summon him here by means of spirit channeling. What did you just say? Spirit channeling has this lawyer finally gone insane. This is sacrilege. May the Holy Mother strike him down. Peace. I am frankly astonished you even know of such a thing. But spirit channeling is a secret art that only Her Eminence Queen Garan can perform. And Her Eminence is far too busy with other duties to perform it at our pleasure. I suspected as much. That means our only hope is... It's okay, Nick. You can tell them. But Maya, I thought you wanted to keep it a secret here in Kurain. Well, bro, she is about to fucking die, so if things keep going the way they're going. Don't worry, it's not like it's against the law or violates some religious precept, so Please make sure I stay alive. I'd much rather be alive. I don't think you'll be punished. At least I hope not. At least not as bad as being murdered for committing murder. This is a crucial period for you. It'll decide whether you become Master of Kurain. We don't have any other choice now, do we? If I'm found guilty, it'll be a lot worse than not becoming Master of Kurain. Alright. Thanks, Maya. Actually, there is someone here who is capable of channeling spirits. But even Her Benevolence Princess Raitha finds the divination seance to be a challenge. Who could possibly have greater spiritual power than she, aside from the Queen? That would be me. Is this some sort of joke? A foreigner could not possibly have such power. Even the royal priestess is incapable of such a feat. Peace, peace, I say. Is this true? Is the accused capable of performing the secret art of spirit channeling? Well, yes. Yes, I can. Now, Your Majesty, we would like your permission to begin. Your Benevolence. This is an outrage. An outrage, I say. First, you make a mockery of the divination seance, and now spirit channeling? Her Benevolence speaks the truth. Spirit channeling is a sacred right. Foreign devils, I say they should be put to death immediately. Still, your voices, barbed head, spirit channeling is a most sacred and secret of arts. Are you prepared to face the consequences of what you propose? Yes, I am. Your Benevolence, are you saying you approve of their use of spirit channeling? I will judge whether their claim is true. If this is but another of their lies, they shall be executed on the spot. Very well, then. Your Benevolence, what if the accused accidentally calls forth an evil spirit? Do you truly believe this foreigner is capable of channeling spirits? Oh, no, but I wanted to be sure, as I am responsible for the safety of all present. Well, an inexperienced practitioner could inadvertently call forth a dangerous spirit, but do not fear, for I have a Magatama of parting. With it, I can send spirits back to the Twilight Realm by holding the flow of spiritual power. That is a relief indeed. These foreigners have thrown down the gauntlet. Let us not shirk from their challenge. We must prove them guilty and deliver their last rites. Do I make myself clear, Prosecutor Sadmaddie? Perfectly, Your Benevolence. Very well. The accused may channel the High Priest spirit. But first, we must take a short recess to prepare. We will resume as soon as the preparations are complete. Until then, this court is adjourned. Sorry, Maya, but this was the only way. You sure you're up for this? Thanks for believing in me, Nick, even though I don't know if my channeling ability is on point yet. Right. Before she started training here, her success rate was only about 30%. I know you can do it, Maya. At least, I hope she can. So you sure you're ready? Yeah, at least I think so. You don't sound so confident. What about all your training? Training is one thing, actually doing it is another. Oh, I see. Uh-oh. If she fails to channel the High Priest, we're as good as dead. Relax, Nick, you can count on me. I'll show you what my training's done for me. This will be a moment you'll never forget. Okay. I just hope it's unforgettable in a good way. Once we hear Abbott and me's story, I'm sure the truth will come to light. I hope so, but he was hiding the fact that he was a rebel, so I doubt it'll be as cut and dried as all that. They are ready for you. Please return to the Hall of Justice at once. Okay, Maya, I'm counting on you. You got it. Here we go. We have received official approval for the accused to channel a spirit here today. Now, if you will, Miss Faye, please proceed. Yes, your Majesty. I can't believe this. Only the Queen should channel spirits. Execute them. Put them to death right now. Come on, Maya. I'm counting on you. I have been studying here in Kurain for 2 years now, so that one day I will be the master of Kurain, a village of spirit mediums back home. But first I shall know you all. I shall show you all the fruits of my training in your kingdom. Wow, she seems really confident. A neophyte practitioner such as you could not possibly channel a spirit. Okay, your benevolence, how about this? If I succeed, will you stop calling me a neophyte? Very well, if you succeed. Oh, I will. Just you watch. O spirit of trust in me, return now to the world of the living. What is this place? Oh my. No, this cannot be. The Polkanka. It's the High Priest. The accused really can channel spirits. I don't believe it. The accused's spiritual power is the real deal. Go, Maya. I do not understand. This cannot be. This simply cannot be. I must step out now before I forget myself. Abbott and me. Would this be the Twilight Realm? And what of this luxurious mane of hair? Is it perhaps a gift from the Holy Mother for decades of faithful service? Abbott and me. My, but if it is His Majesty, have you too shuffled off that mortal coil? Please do not count me among the dead. It is only you who has passed on. But the spirit medium, Maya Fey, has brought you back among us today. Oh, why? Acolyte Fey has mastered the secret art of spirit channeling? I suppose that explains these gorgeous locks. When I pass from this world, I too hope to be channeled with a full head of hair, though it be for the briefest of moments. I give thanks for the splendid coiffure. Praise be to the Holy Mother. However, this kimono is a bit too snug for my tastes. If you would excuse me. There, that is better. Could we get to his testimony now? And I wish he had kept his top on. Why you are that foreign lawyer the people speak of as of late? And is this not the Hall of Justice? Why have I been summoned here?
Stream Elements.
Forgive us for calling you back from your eternal rest.
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
But you have been accused of murder. Might we ask you to testify on your own behalf? I have been accused of murder. That is troubling indeed. Whoa, what's with that crazy pose? Is this really cause for such astonishment? Even the lowliest monks can achieve such body control with the proper training. I wonder if Albie will be able to do that someday. Will the defense please explain the situation to the High Priest? I would be happy to. Your disciple Perez Zealot has been murdered. It happened on the day before the purification rite, and the crime occurred in the rebel hideout hidden within the inner sanctum. Acolyte Zealot, he has been killed. Who would do such a thing? Someone who knew of the hideout and had access to the inner sanctum. In other words, you, Abbot Enmy. After all, weren't you secretly a rebel? Oh dear. That's still Maya's body. I hope he doesn't break anything. Oh my, have my rebel allegiances been exposed? Not even my wife knew of that. It seems to rest in peace is not my fate. Why did you, a devout priest of Curanism, join the rebellion?
Objection!
The High Priest has come back to us for but a brief time, Defense. Shall we not cut to the chase and ask the most pressing of questions? Oh, right. Abbot Enemy, the prosecution believed the one who slew both you and Acolyte Zealot to be Maya Fey, who had been playing the role of Lady Kira in the rite. Being that I was dead until just a moment ago, my memory is a bit hazy. Could you please do your best to remember?
Objection!
The High Priest says his memory is hazy. It is all coming back to me. It is as Prosecutor Sagmati concluded. I was slain by none other than Maya Fey. The High Priest's statement has proven my assertions with regards to his murder correct. But what about Acolyte Zealot? You were the one who killed him, weren't you? I know not about my disciple's murder. Furthermore, I have an alibi of my own. An alibi? Seriously? It seems the testimony the defense had been hoping for is working against him. Now Abbot Enemy, your testimony, if you please. Yes, of course. I have an ironclad alibi for the time period in which the murder took place. Just past noon on the day before the rite, I was entertaining guests at my home. And I believe my guests can corroborate this. You had guests? Just past noon. That's right about the time Zealot was murdered. Are you sure about that? Absolutely. Come to think of it, Rafa told me about a spirit's memory. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time between the moment of its death and the moment it is channeled. Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all the memories it had in life. The High Priest seems to know exactly what he's talking about. So the question is, what would be the best angle of attack?
Hold it!
You use the word alibi as if it were second nature. Are you perhaps mocking me? Or is it perhaps the kingdom of Touraine itself you wish to ridicule? Come on, everyone and their grandma knows what alibi means. We're not a bunch of country bumpkins here. We have plenty of courtroom drama on TV. Peace, 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 I say. Mr. Wright, would you care to clarify your last statement? But please, don't take it the wrong way. It's just, alibi is a rather technical term for a priest to use so naturally. I assure you I know how to use the term. In fact, I had even hoped for a chance to do so one day. I suppose that even I, a high priest, am not immune to such trivial worldly attachments. Oh, I see. Still, he seems unusually calm and composed. It's almost as if he had prepared himself for something like this.
Hold it!
Yes, and that you were entertaining them personally. That I was. We gathered around the table for a most enjoyable conversation. He said his guest could corroborate his alibi. That can't be good for our case. Are you sure that was the same day as the murder? Maybe you've misremembered. Do not doubt my mnemonic faculties. I may have died, but my memories up to that point are crystal clear. Sorry, he's pretty thin-skinned for a priest, though I guess I should have known better than to doubt his memories. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death, so even a spirit that's brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time between the moment of its death and the moment it is channeled. Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all the memories it had in life. There's nothing better than enjoying Bengal cuisine with dear friends. That way, everyone's breath becomes equally malodorous.
Hold it!
And who exactly were your guests that day? Don't tell me they were rebels, so they can't be called here to testify. It was none other than his Majesty along with his family. He couldn't attend the right due to work, so he stopped by ahead of time. My, how his daughter has grown. Wait a second. Let me set the record straight right now. I am not a rebel. Thank you for that wonderful meal, Abbot Envy. Lady Envy's cooking simply cannot be beat. So there you have it. When exactly was His Majesty at your home? He was there from 2 to 3. Indeed, precisely the time period within which Acolyte Zealot was slain. Yes, and we had a rousing chat concerning the game of Cachu Demal. But I'll just have that added to the testimony. After all, it was I who visited the High Priest's home.
Hold it!
Your Majesty, are you sure this testimony is completely accurate? As sure can be. Oh, how wonderful it is to finally have my actions be admissible as evidence in court. His Majesty was at my home during the exact time period of the murder. Come, let us put this behind us. I could not have possibly committed this crime. How can you be so sure? What if the clock or watch you were using was off, or you misread the time? There was a clock right near the table and it had the exact same time as my watch. Now, do you understand, lawyer? As you can see, my alibi is airtight. Or do you still think I could have killed Acolyte Zealot? His Majesty's a witness. Are you satisfied now? There is not a single discrepancy in Abbott Envy's alibi. If I give up now, it's all over. Now hold on 1 second. Is there anything wrong with the High Priest's testimony? There is a discrepancy in the High Priest's testimony. There is? Well then, perhaps you could explain what it might be. This is what was wrong with his testimony. After Abbott Envy was channeled, no one ever stated what time Acolyte Zella was murdered. Now that you mention it, despite that you claim to have an alibi from 2 to 3. That means you knew that Acolyte Zella was dead. And when you were still alive. Wait, I think I saw something just now. No, I must be imagining things. So tell me, how did you know what time the crime had been committed? About that. Open your heart, let the Holy Mother in. Oh, why? We've been blessed with the High Priest's sacred words of prayer. All who serve her holiness must strive to banish worldly desires from their soul. Open your heart, let the Holy Mother in. Purge your mind of greed and bias. I feel as if my very soul has been cleansed. You can't fool me. Prayer may banish worldly desires, but it can't make a contradiction disappear. How can you be so sure? What's that supposed to mean? This lawyer seems to think little of the power of Kurena's prayer. Abbott Envy was at home during the crime, but knew of what happened at the hideout. I believe this can be explained thusly. He must have had a way to monitor the hideout from his home. What? He never ceased to amaze prosecutor, as he has surmised there was a listening device installed at the hideout, and enabled me to instantly learn of anything unusual, even when I was not there. Remember, the rebels have been using this as a top-secret hideout. It would be perfectly natural for them to install such an apparatus. Wait, come to think of it, when I was searching the rebel hideout, there's something under the banner. A microphone. What's this doing here? Was someone trying to record something with it? That was a listening device. It starts recording whenever it detects movement. I heard just such a recording after his magistrate and his family left. If you look in the desk in my study, you will find the tape in question. Alright then. Bailiff? Yes, your majesty. Go retrieve the tape in question from the High Priest's home. At once, your majesty. The power of Kurena's prayer. Even a putrid brain such as yours should understand it now. It's like the contradiction really did vanish. We shall ascertain the content of the recording once we have the tape. In the meantime, I would ask Abbott and me to continue with his testimony. Very well. I was entertaining his majesty and his family when the crime occurred. When I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Faye. After that there was a loud noise, followed by haunting silence. I have to find some way to attack his alibi. If only Maya was here. She has a way of putting me at ease. But seeing her like this is only creeping me out. Though the high priest was a rebel, he was still a Curanus holy man. Therefore, take care in your questioning, lest you invoke the ire of our people. How dare he suspect the high priest? May the Holy Mother strike him blind. As if this wasn't hard enough already. Nice try, but I'll stop at nothing to find the truth.
Hold it!
You were entertaining His Majesty and his family during the crime. Indeed, my wife Believe was feeding them to her wonderful home cooking. Your wife was there that day. Why yes, she was in the kitchen cooking up a storm the entire time. Come to think of it, I don't think I saw her at all that day. She takes her culinary duties most seriously, you see. That is why she was in the kitchen cooking without pause the entire day. So the judge never saw Mrs. Enmy. Should I have Abbot Enmy add that statement to his testimony? Please add that statement to your testimony, as you wish. My wife Believe was in the kitchen cooking the entire time.
Hold it!
What was your wife making that day? The menu that day featured Hattin soupes and Mel Timot. They are both traditional Curanese dishes. I can't even begin to imagine what those are. Yes, the exquisite zest of Hattin soupes and the supreme texture of Mel Timot. Lady Enmy's cooking that day was utterly unforgettable. Thank you. It brings me great joy to know you enjoyed your meal. Now, once His Majesty and his family had left,
Hold it!
you heard everything from a recording. Indeed. Each night I would secretly check what the listening device had recorded. I would have been in serious trouble with my lovely wife had she discovered my secret. Can you really tell what happened by the audio alone? Long years of ascetic training have sharpened my hearing. It is but a simple matter for me to ascertain the situation by the sounds I hear. But practicing Curanism improves your hearing. Hearing is but one of the senses it can improve. If one can focus and attain inner peace, all five senses can be sharpened. Why, the war bat over in the bazaar just cried. Did you not hear it? Give me a break.
Hold it!
Hold on. Are you sure about those voices? Was it really Acolyte Zealot and Miss Faye? I would say that was the most reasonable conclusion under the circumstances. Or perhaps Acolyte Faye has an alibi that you can prove. I'm afraid not. Then I suggest you make like a mosque and clam up. Now I will continue my testimony if I may.
Hold it!
A loud noise. I would say that's worth looking into. It was a terrible crashing sound. Poor Acolyte Zealot. It must have felt so heavy. It must have been the sound of that stone slab falling over. Should I have him add that statement to his testimony? Please add that statement to your testimony, as you wish. I would describe the noise as a terrible crash. Poor Zella, it must have felt so
Hold it!
Hannah
heavy.
Charlotte said, Hey,
Hello, Henna. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. Do you believe that terrible crash is connected to Acolyte Zealot's death? Yes, the sound, no doubt, was poor Zealot's death now. Such a tragedy, for he was a fine disciple. I would ask all here today to give a prayer for his departed soul. Zushire Matami Yoma.
Hannah Charlotte
Zushire Matami Yoma.
at Unicorn Turtle 669.
Hello, hello. I had high hopes for that young man's future. Zushire Matami Yoma. Why do I feel like such a jerk for just trying to do my job just right now? Mr. Wright, do you still feel the need to question the High Priest? His alibi is as tight can be. This isn't going so well. I'd better ask him about something else. I'm curious, Abbot Enmy, did you stop by the rebel hideout after his majesty left? Yes, I thought it would be wise to assess the situation, but as I said before, there was nothing to see. The hideout appeared as it always had, and the victim's body, it was nowhere to be found. Acolyte Faye must have already disposed of it, and anything else incriminating. So, when you saw the rebel hideout, it looked like it does in this photo. Yes, I would say that is how it appeared that day. So the stone slab had been put back in place. Mr. Wright, is it not time to concede defeat? No, wait. I need just a little more time. If you insist.
Objection!
Abbot Enemy, you said, and I quote, poor Zealot, it must have felt so heavy. Why do you think he felt something heavy? You said the hideout looked like it did in this photo. If so, there's nothing that would lead you to believe he had experienced a heavy feeling. The fact is, of course, a stone slab did fall over onto Acolyte Zealot, impaling him on the warbad statue behind him, but that was only revealed through her benevolence's divination seance earlier. Would the defense please get to the point? My point is, simply hearing a crashing sound shouldn't have automatically led him to conclude the victim was crushed to death. I still don't see your point. I'm saying that the High Priest knew. He knew how the victim was really killed. Why? And that is information only the real killer could have known. I definitely saw it that time. I've got the High Priest's spirit shaking in his boots, or should I say, sandals. Need I remind you Abbot Envy was with his majesty at the time of the crime. Such an alibi precludes him from being the killer. That's true, so he can't be the killer. However, he knew how Zealot was killed, something only the killer could know. Can this discrepancy be resolved somehow? Well, Mr. Wright, we're waiting for an explanation. I was just getting to that. Time to think of something quick. The High Priest knew something only the killer could have known, because He heard it from the real culprit. He must have heard how the victim died from the real killer. The real killer? Of course, that makes perfect sense. I don't want to believe it, but this is the only possible explanation. So tell us, who is this real killer? It's gotta be someone close to the high priest, someone without an alibi. The person most likely to be Zealot's killer is...
Take that!
Your Majesty, while you were visiting the High Priest's home, you didn't see Mrs. Envy at all, did you? No, I never saw her, but... Well, what does that have to do with anything? Did the High Priest ever leave your sight? No, we were talking the entire time, and the food was brought right to the room's entryway. So the High Priest has an ironclad alibi, but his wife does not. What the devil are you insinuating? I'm insinuating that Mrs. Envy might have killed Acolyte Zealot.
Objection!
You have a lot of nerve making such a baseless allegation. She had no motive to kill Acolyte Zealot. He was like family to her. No, we can't entirely discount the idea, especially if you consider that Mrs. Envy could have been the one posing as Lady Kira.
Objection!
Even a fool must temper his foolishness at times. Or do you truly believe Lady Kira would kill Acolyte Zealot, though he was not a rebel?
Objection!
As we all know, the High Priest was secretly a rebel. It would follow that his favorite disciple could very well be a rebel too. Are you suggesting that Mrs. Envy killed her husband as well? As sad as it is to think she would kill her own husband to rid the kingdom of rebels, I don't think we can rule it out. You claim my wife is that rebel-hunting Lady Kira, and that she slew both Zealot and myself. My lovely wife, that is utterly impossible. I have never seen the High Priest so angry. It is as Abbot Envy stated, and the accused has already been found guilty of his murder. It is far too late to overturn it. That's right, Mr. Wright. Now apologize to the good priest before he gets angry again. Quickly now. No, I'm not going to apologize. The true identity of Lady Kira is a major piece to this trial's puzzle. Admit it, Abbot Envy. Your wife, Lady Envy, killed you. Yet even now you continue to lie in an effort to protect her. How absurd. It appears the lawyer has forgotten. My lovely wife could not possibly battle the rebels in the guise of Lady Kira, for we were blessed by her holiness, and she is with child. Praise be to the Holy Mother. I completely forgot about that. That abominable Lady Kira figure who slew me and Acolyte Zealot was the accused. This is bad, but I can't give up now. And don't forget, my client doesn't have the strength to fight rebels either. How could a weak young woman like her possibly... You foolish oaf of a lawyer. If only you were as blessed as Lady Envy. What? Surely the accused possesses the strength, or should I say the power. The power to battle those black-hearted rebels. Oh, what are you talking about? My good prosecutor, I see you have come to the same conclusion as I. Such keen insight. Then you have figured it out as well, Abbott Envy. May I ask you to explain it to this putrid-brained lawyer? Certainly, for I cannot allow him to frame my lovely wife for murder. Foreign devil, your majesty, allow me to testify as to how Maya Fey is that murderous Lady Kira. Oh well, if it would assuage your anger, then by all means please testify. Acolyte Faye channeled Lady Kira's spirit. She is a spirit medium who knows Lady Kira's true name, so she could have done it. So it was the real Lady Kira who returned to root out the rebels among us. She attacked and killed me with a strength far beyond any mortal woman. But, do you understand now? Murder by spirit channeling explains everything. This is the only way the accused could have defeated one rebel after another. Indeed, I am a living, or shall I say dead, proof of her terrible powers. Maya's ability to channel spirits has come back to haunt her. Now is it not time to let it go and move on, Defense? No, never. I'll never give up. I'll never let you down. Now what? Think. How can I prove that Maya couldn't have channeled Lady Kira?
Objection!
The Tome of Secrets is only given to the priestess who performs the purification rite. Is this your proof that my client could have channeled Lady Kira? Yes, indeed, for it contains the true name of Lady Kira, a secret only revealed within. Abbott Envy. I'm afraid you're mistaken. This couldn't have been used to channel Lady Kira. What nonsense. Mr. Wright, would you care to explain? This is why my client couldn't have channeled Lady Kira. It's not just a name you need, you also need a face.
Take that!
Lady Kira's face is hidden behind a mask in the Tome of Secrets. You need both a name and a face to channel a spirit. It can't be. Without a face, it would have been impossible for my client to channel Lady Kira. Oh my. Therefore, the claim that she became Lady Kira by means of spirit channeling is patently false. And with Lady Kira out of the equation, my client had no motive to commit murder. But then, who is the rebel hunting Lady Kira we've been reading about in the paper? Yes, who is this other suspect, if indeed there is one at all? Let us hear the defense's brilliant deduction. Think. The true identity of Lady Kira is the key to solving both murders. I thought Mrs. Envy was suspicious, but her pregnancy takes her out of the running. And Mr. A rebel is a rebel, so that doesn't make sense. That leaves us with Mr. Wright. You have that look again. The one where you know you have to say something, but you can't figure out what it is. This is my chance to really turn up the heat. I'll just have to stir the pot till something floats to the top. Your Majesty, I know who's been posing as the rebel hunting Lady Kira. You do? Are you sure about that? Yes, completely. I see that I may regret this, but please go on and explain. Thank you, Your Majesty. This is who's been posing as the rebel hunting Lady Kira.
Take that!
The true identity of the rebel hunting Lady Kira we seek is Hooray, Zealot. Oh, what's this? A high priest murdered disciple was Lady Kira, you say? Peace. I say peace. The defense will continue. Yes, Your Majesty. I whittled down the list of suspects until there was only one left.
Objection!
But a process of elimination is not the same as solid evidence. I assume you have evidence to back up your claim. Yes, of course. I will have some in a moment, that is. At least, I hope so. Maya wasn't Lady Kira, and neither was Mrs. Enmy or any of the other possibilities. That leaves Zealot, and I have the evidence to prove it. The evidence that proves Acolyte Zealot was posing as Lady Kira is this.
Take that!
This is what proves that Acolyte Zealot was Lady Kira. Lady Kira's warning letter. How absurd. What could that possibly prove? Prosecutor said, Maddie. You stated that this warning letter proved that my client was Lady Kira, and the reason you gave was that the High Priest's house was locked tight. But there was another member of the family who lived there. Therefore, Acolyte Zealot could have delivered the warning any time he wanted. Are you saying Lady Kira was not the culprit, but rather the victim? That's exactly what I'm saying. But that would overturn the entire premise of this case. This trial has proceeded on the assumption Lady Kira was behind the serial killings. But if Lady Kira is one of the victims, who was the killer and what was their motive? The only suspect left is Mrs. Enmy, and there's only one possible motive. What if Mrs. Enmy is a rebel? What? Fiend, you're still bent on casting suspicion upon my lovely wife. Blasphemer, you have no evidence of this. Repent for the mistrust in your soul. Well, you have no evidence either. After all, the dagger with my client's prints on it wasn't what killed Acolyte Zealot. And the prone Punisher theme that he heard could have been an alarm clock. That means all the evidence linking her to the crime have been called into question. Was Lady Enemy a rebel, and did she pose as Lady Kira to kill Acolyte Zella? Or was Acolyte Zella a rebel and was the accused of Lady Kira who killed him? I would say either scenario is just as likely. What are we to do now? The alarm clock, you say? Do you mean the one in the rebel hideout? Yes, but what of it? So that's it. What's gotten into him? I have it in me. Just what is so comical? Forgive my outburst. That has simply tickled my funny bone. What did? The theme song came from the Coon Punisher clock, you say? That alarm could not possibly have gone off. Well, what makes you say that? The clock was working just fine the last time I checked. Try using your head for a change. Would not the existence of a secret hideout be given away if an alarm kept going off? Wait, you don't mean... Indeed, we leave the alarm switched off at all times. In that case, I am sad to say that the defense's claim does not hold water. Would you care to respond, Mr. Wright? This can't be happening. Not now. This should put an end to the lawyer's futile struggles. The theme song the victim heard was from the accused's strap, just as we suspected. Therefore, the accused is the rebel hunting Lady Kira and the victim's killer. I need an opening, something I could raise an objection to. That Coon Punisher theme song Acolyte Zella heard in his final moments. I too heard it by way of the listening device. But did you really? If you had heard it, why didn't you testify to the fact before? Is it not obvious? I did not know such a tune could become a key matter of dispute. Yes, the matter of the theme song came up before Abbott Enemy was channeled. Oh, right. Well then, what if he's lying about the clock's alarm being switched off? Miserable wretch. That would be a pointless lie, one easily disproven. If you check the clock, you'll see that the alarm is, in fact, switched off. Come to think of it, what a fine item. And this switch, if I'm right, we set the switch back into the off position before we left. I remember hearing it clearly. Those distinctive taiko drums in the intro are etched in my mind. They went... Daka don 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 don. Distinctive taiko drums in the intro. This trial has gone on far too long. Shall we move ahead to the verdict phase now? By all means, and let us also return Abbott Enemy's spirit to the Twilight Realm. Before I go, let me say a word to my darling wife.
Objection!
Now hold on just 1 minute. Your Majesty, yes, the High Priest's statement is inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence. It is. Still, you writhe in defiance of your fate. The very sight reminds me of a tortured soul, writhing in flames. You won't be saying that once I show you the evidence. Now all I have to do is pick the right one. This piece of evidence is inconsistent with that statement about the taiko drum intro.
Take that!
This is what's inconsistent with his statement. My client's Plume Punisher strap. What does that have to do with anything? It plays the Plumed Punisher theme song, and here it is, the theme to the Plumed Punisher Warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. Do you see what I mean? The music the victim heard in his final moments might not have been the Plumed Punisher theme song. I'm afraid I am not following you. What was it if not the Plumed Punisher theme? In his final moments, Acolyte Zealot heard the Steel Samurai theme. There are no taiko drums in the intro of the Plumed Punisher theme, so what Acolyte Zealot actually heard in his final moments was the theme of the Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo. Peace, peace, I say, Mr. Wright. What is the Steel Samurai of which you speak? The Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo, is an action hero show from America. The Plumed Punisher theme is a total rip. It's very similar. If you didn't know about the Steel Samurai, you could easily mistake the two. But the fact that Acolyte Zealot heard music from an American action hero show is irrefutable evidence that the accused was in the secret hideout. Actually, no, you have it backwards. But backwards. That's right, Miss Faye met an avid Plumed Punisher fan here in Kurain, and as a token of their friendship, she traded a certain Steel Samurai item she had for the Plumed Punisher strap. And this avid Plumed Punisher fan was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot. Yes, and that avid fan is none other than the High Priest's wife.
Objection!
Do you have evidence to back up this claim, Mr. Wright? For as forgiving as the Holy Mother is, I doubt she would tolerate yet another dose of your baseless slander. I suggest you prepare yourself to face Her Holiness's wrath. Oh, I'm prepared to turn this entire case upside down, that is. This is my last chance. I better take a deep breath and review the evidence. Very well then. Please present your evidence, if you would, defense. The evidence that proves Mrs. Enemy was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot is this.
Take that!
It's right here in this family photo. Proof that Mrs. Enemy and Miss Faye traded items featuring their favorite characters. A family photo. And what exactly should we be looking at here? The proof that they exchanged items featuring their favorite characters is right here.
Take that!
Look at Mrs. Enemy's left wrist. You can see the Steel Samurai's trademark top knot right there. Which clearly makes this a Steel Samurai watch. Why, I never knew your wife had such hobbies, Abbott and me. This family photo was taken right before Acolyte Zealot was murdered. By that point, my client had the Punisher strap and Mrs. Enemy had the Samurai watch. So what the victim heard in his final moments was none other than the sound of the watch Mrs. Enemy was wearing. I wish to amend my testimony. What I thought were taiko drums was something else. My wife never had such a watch. It's the truth, I tell you. You must believe me, your majesty.
Satorai Mao Mandomo Samashi de Tashi no Ketare Gaseo Soroka!
Be not deceived by the defense's lawyerly chicanery. Now what? He's been pretty quiet up to this point. What does he have up his sleeve? There's a big gaping hole in his flimsy claim. A big gaping hole? I don't think so. Oh no, I'm afraid it is there all right. Just like the big gaping holes in your putrid brain. My brain is neither putrid nor full of holes. I'm not a zombie, after all. Says the dead lawyer walking. He who is narrow of vision focuses on what is before him, never seeing the bigger picture. Or as they say in your country, you cannot see the forest for the trees. For if it is as you said, and Lady Enemy the rebel slew Acolyte Zealot, the rebel hunting Lady Kira, then the rebel hunter would have been dead before the high priest was slain. That means the high priest could not have been slain by the rebel hunting Lady Kira. How could I have missed that? So tell me, who are you going to say killed the high priest now? Do you finally understand the sheer size of the holes that riddle your putrid brain? I'm in hot water now. I don't have any other suspects in the high priest's murder. You mindless zombie, you should have begun your journey into the Twilight Realm long ago. Now let it go and move on. No, I will never give up. I just need to think things through and figure out who really killed the high priest. If Acolyte Zealot had been the Lady Kira, he couldn't have killed the high priest. So the question is, who did? Maybe I can get to the bottom of this by reviewing the events of this case in order. What evidence could tell me something about the crime scene before the murder? Oh, right. Maya said that the spring had been stained red before the rite even began. The spring is already red before the high priest's murder because of... That's right. Zealot had been killed in the rebel hideout the day before the rite, and his blood had flowed into the spring. Wait a second. The high priest knew that Zealot had been killed in the hideout, so why didn't he report it to the authorities? If Maya had been the killer, he could have easily had her arrested on the spot. Why didn't the high priest inform the authorities right then? If he reported Zealot's murder, the authorities would find out about the hideout. That's what he was worried about. But by going through the rite, the high priest risked having Maya see the spring running red with blood. Why did he have to go through the rite? Did he want to... He wanted to set up the crime scene to conceal the hideout. But how was he planning on concealing the source of the blood in the spring? He concealed the source of the blood with his own. That was how he kept the rebel hideout a secret. It's all starting to fall into place. I know who killed the high priest. It was... I can't believe it. The High Priest took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. The High Priest wasn't murdered by anyone. He took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. That the High Priest committed suicide. I've never heard anything more absurd. The lawyer has placed a stain on the good priest's death with his putrid brain. Its putrid gaping holes are as large as the hole in his logic. What hole? You still fail to understand. You truly cannot see the forest for the trees. You claim the High Priest took his own life, but have you considered who brought the dagger to the Plaza of Devotion? After the High Priest was killed, the dagger was thrust into Acolyte Zealot's dead body. Only the accused Maya Fey could have done that. It is as Prosecutor Sadnati says, your claim is rather coarse in its logic, and your evidence is too weak. You cannot prove that the High Priest took his own life to conceal the rebel hideout. They're right, the dagger was impaled in Zealot's body, but his body had been placed at the plaza the previous day. Well, Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? Zealot's body was already in the plaza the day before the riot, but what if the dagger was also already in him at that time? The dagger was never at the inner sanctum. Taras died by a different weapon. Of course, that's it. What is it? There was no need to move the dagger. It had already been stabbed into Acolyte Zealot's body the day before the riot. What? So that means... What does that mean? It means the dagger wasn't the weapon that took the High Priest's life. But no weapon was ever found at the inner sanctum. If you will not listen to reason, then I insist you prove your assertion. Show us what you believe the real murder or suicide weapon to be. The real weapon? I've got nothing, but I know there had to have been a weapon there. Maybe if I think back on the trial thus far, I'll spot the clue I need. Well, would the defense care to tell us what the real murder weapon is? This is what really killed the High Priest.
Take that!
What really killed him has been at the inner sanctum all this time, and its lethality has already been demonstrated by the late Acolyte Zealot. That's right, it was the Warbad statue. You believe that that statue claimed both victims' lives. Would you care to chime in, Abbot Enemy? No, he lies. Pay him no heed. Why, it's... Lady Enemy. Darling, don't you think this has gone on long enough? Believe, no. Your Majesty, my wife knows nothing. Please, Abbot Enemy, let your wife speak. Now, Lady Enemy, please continue if you would. It's that time again. And what time would that be? 2:30 in the afternoon.
Said.
The time my husband
Stay
conducts
moist,
his
my
daily
friends.
prayers.
Hydrate.
And the time Puree was slain. Does that sound? It's the Steel Samurai alarm. I too like to pray at the same time as my dear husband, so I set an alarm to remind me each day, but I had no idea it would come to this. No, stop! She knows not what she speaks. Your Majesty, I am the one who slew Acolyte Zealot. Abbot Imni, Bailiff, summon a physician at once. The physician is now attending the high priest, so there is no need to fear. Now let us continue. And what about the half of him called Maya that's still among the living? Mrs. Envy, will you tell us everything you know? The truth is, I am a rebel, just like my husband. This tragedy unfolded before the rite during the Feast of Blessings. I had gone to the rebel hideout to prepare for Dad's escape. And that's when Acolyte Zealot suddenly appeared. Yes, Hooray was shocked when he saw me there. Acolyte Zealot did not know you were a rebel. I do not believe he did. I believe he was there simply to investigate the hideout. And then he suddenly came face to face with Mrs. Envy. So the true identity of the rebel hunting Lady Kira was Hooray Zealot. Yes, he was a member of the secret police, serving directly under the Minister of Justice. The secret police. And this is what he said to me. I can kill rebels with impunity. The Justice Minister has my back. He was using his position within the secret police to deal with us rebels a heavy blow. But murder sanctioned by the Crown is still murder. Even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. Well, what's that supposed to mean? Let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve, so I would watch it if I were you. 'Cause you got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes. The trick up Mr. Inga's sleeve was Lady Kira. No, this can't be. My father would never. This must be a bolt out of the blue for Rafa. This explains why Acolyte Zealot abandoned his real name. Yes. He even went as far as covering up the tattoo that all Kurang's clergy members received. Lady Kira was a member of the secret police. That explains why no order was given to investigate her attacks. I guess I'm not alone in hearing this for the first time. But, this cannot be. Is this true? The Justice Minister is sanctioning state-sponsored murder. Peace. Now, Lady Envy, please continue. Hooray suddenly lunged at me. That's when I pushed the stone slab forward toward him with all my might. But I never meant for what happened next to occur. Allow me to take it from here. Abbot Envy, are you sure you're alright now? I am sorry you had to see that, but you need not worry about me. I am already dead. Please, we need to know what was so important that you would take your own life. After I learned that my wife had accidentally slain Zealot, I chilled his body with snow to make it seem as if he died more recently than he did. Then I later moved it to the Plaza of Devotion and inserted the dagger into his wound. The plaza was empty at that time, for it was before prayer time had started. Finally, I placed his body in the prayer pose, knowing that no one would notice anything was wrong until the rite had been concluded. It is perfectly possible that no one would disturb him if he seemed to be praying. We do treasure our prayer time after all. So, you admit you tried to pin this crime on Maya Fey? Yes, this was all my doing. I never told my wife of my plan, for surely she would have tried to stop me. How did you get Miss Faye's fingerprints on the dagger? I had her hold it while we were rehearsing the rite the day before, and right before the rite I drugged her with a sleeping agent. Then I put Lady Kira's robes over the Warbad statue. That means Maya was probably already groggy by the time the rite started. Finally, I ended my own life to ensure that the crime would appear to have been by Acolyte Faye's own hand. But when your body was discovered, Lady Kira's robes were on the ground. How did they end up there if they were on the statue? After I impaled myself on one of the statue's dagger-like feathers, I used the last ounce of my strength to hurl my body backwards. As I did, I grabbed onto the ropes, taking them with me as I fell back onto the ground. How terrible! What possessed you to do such a thing? You needn't have committed suicide simply to frame the accused. Prosecutor said Maddie, as one well versed in our kingdom's legal system, I would expect you, of all people, to understand. Understand what? This kingdom's legal system, Mrs. Enmy's crime, your suicide. It can't be. That would be sadder than sad. Why, I believe the defense knows of what the High Priest speaks. Yes, I finally understand. This explains why the High Priest took his own life.
Take that!
The Defense Culpability Act. Circumstantial evidence supports Mrs. Enmy's killing of Acolyte Zealot in self-defense. However, it would be next to impossible to prove it without a lawyer. That's why the High Priest wanted to pin the crime on Maya Fey. I fail to see what that has to do with his suicide. In Q-Ray, the divination seance is the most important piece of trial evidence. The High Priest wanted to frame Miss Fey as a serial killer. It was a clever plan in which he made sure he was the Lady Kira in his final moments. The lawyer speaks true. That's why I placed Lady Kira's robes upon the Warbad statue. I made it seem that Acolyte Faye was the rebel hunting Lady Kira. But, are you saying you used my divination seance to produce false evidence? Forgive me, your benevolence, but it was the only way to help my lovely wife. If you had approached me first, I could have proved that the murder was in self-defense. Perhaps. But I had little faith in lawyers, despite being a rebel. How utterly foolish to cast away one's life for such a reason. There must have been other ways to cover up the crime. Yet had I done so, my wife would rush to my defense, and when the case went to trial, she would suffer the same fate as I under the Defense Culpability Act. I could not have lived with myself had she been convicted because of that fiendish man. This cannot be. All I have done under the laws of our kingdom has all been... Poor Rafa. She's really taking this hard. I can't say I'm surprised. Mr. Phoenix Wright, it is time to show the might of your legal prowess. You mustn't allow another innocent soul to be charged under that despicable law. Of course, I'll do whatever I can. What I have done to you and Acolyte Faye is unforgivable. I can only offer my most humble of apologies. Your Majesty. Yes, I ask that you please look after my wife. You have my word. Your benevolence, it is time that I return to the Twilight Realm. The Magatama of parting, if you please. Very well. Your benevolence, please allow me the honor. Yes, it would be more fitting for you to send him on his way. Mrs. Enmy, darling, I'm so glad I was able to see you one last time. Thank you for everything. I'm sorry to leave you like this, my love, but now you can watch over me from the world beyond. Yes, always and forever. And with me, with every breath I take, my darling, I'll be thinking of you. Farewell, my darling. The High Priest has returned to the Twilight Realm. Maya, I feel great. I guess that means he didn't leave any regrets behind. Oh, but what about the trial, Nick? It's over. It was a sad reality born of love, and a great tragedy born of the Defense Culpability Act. Well, I see no need to continue this trial. Does the prosecution have anything to say? Mr. Phoenix Wright, I owe a debt to you, one that I will pay back in court someday. Now to deliver today's verdict and overturn that of yesterday's trial. With respect to all current and previous charges against them, I hereby declare the accused, Maya Fey, and her defense, Phoenix Wright. So I was thinking, Nick, the legal system here is really stacked against the defense. It's totally unfair. Yeah, it even forced the High Priest to make the ultimate sacrifice just to protect his wife. It's just so sad. Protect the status quo or join the revolution. If the real Lady Kira was here, I wonder which side she would take. Your benevolence. What? I was just wondering, are you all right? Quiet, you. How could I possibly be all right? She's not doing well at all. Who do you think you are, suddenly appearing before me, trampling my insides underfoot and plunging the Hall of Justice into utter chaos? You even desecrated my mother and father's teachings, you soulless infidel. That was a bit more extreme than usual. What am I to do? I had always believed that communing with the victims of Mikana would lead me to the absolute truth. But each time you overturned my insights, it was revealed that they served to support false charges rather than the truth. I am left now with that heavy truth in my heart. I'm sorry, Rafa. Perhaps I am not worthy of hearing the voices of the Mikana. That's where you're wrong, your benevolence. What? Maya? How dare you? Your role is to bring forth the voices of the Mitama into our world. If you don't do it, who will? You know nothing, Maya Fey. It was spirit channeling, not a divination seance that brought the truth to light. How dare an outsider like you employ the Queen's secret art? But what can I do? My spiritual power does not even approach yours. Is it not a cruel joke? The royal priestess bested by a lowly outsider. Don't be so hard on yourself. Why not? It is worth at least a laugh or two. You shouldn't talk like that. Listen, your benevolence. You're just fulfilling your duty, aren't you? And you're the only one capable of performing the divination seance, right? And let's not forget, I think she's got like a decade on you as far as training. Over a decade. She has got twice your age and experience. Once you get to age 28, you'll probably be just as strong as she is, boo, okay? The station of Royal Priestess is not something to abandon lightly. The station of Royal Priestess. The people of your kingdom believe in you, but if you really mean all that you just said, then what are they supposed to believe in? You know not of what you speak. Actually, I kinda do. After all, I'm only here training so I can become the master of my village back home. A village master, you say? I did not know. It seems I owe you an apology. For even today I called you a neophyte practitioner. It's all right, your benevolence. Thank you for finally acknowledging me. A future queen and a future village master. I guess it shouldn't be a surprise, considering they may have had a common ancestor. Maya's right, your benevolence. The barbed head. Your insights were a crucial piece of evidence in this last trial. It doesn't matter if they weren't always 100% accurate. You should be proud of what you did. You've played an important role in ensuring that justice was served. And besides, your insights aren't the problem here. It's your kingdom's legal system. Without lawyers, your insights have come to be accepted as the sole truth. And the Defense Culpability Act, which gave rise to that, is the root of it all. But that is the dangerous thinking of a rebel. Your benevolence. As Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true, and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I am even up to the task. Knowing you, your benevolence, you're more than capable. I've never heard Maya talk like this before. She's really come a long way. Oh, what was that? It came from the hallway. Smoke. We had better go check it out. Hurry. Mrs. Enme. Mr. Wright. Acolyte Faye. I'm so sorry for what transpired. You were almost sentenced to death because of me. I will make amends by picking up where my husband left off. I will see the revolution through, so nothing like this can ever happen again. For that is the depth of my love for my dearly departed husband. Lady Enme, we gotta hurry. That voice, is that Mr. A Rebel? I must tell the people. They must learn that the peace we enjoy is a false one. One built on the backs of innocents charged with false crimes under that odious DC Act. We have it in our power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly. Hey there, PW. Wish we had more time to talk, but everything's ready. It's go time. Dirk. Wait, was that the rebel leader Dirk? After him! Don't let them get away! The power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly. It's the start of a legal revolution. Hey Nick, hate to bother you while you're lost in thought, but I just got this great idea. Oh, what is it? The Steel Samurai versus the Rebel Dirk. I bet it would make for another awesome TV show. And if we threw the Punisher in there, everyone would go nuts over it. I'll never get what she sees in those shows, but it's good to know that no matter what happens, Maya will always be Maya. Turnabout Storyteller, Episode 4.
Three, four, five, 6, 7, 8. What time is it? It's 9, 10, 11.
Shishizo's dead? No, do you think? No. If he did, then well, what do we do? Pull yourself together. Don't worry, I have an idea. Oh no, Shisho's dead. Who's Shisho? We don't know, but ayo, he's dead. What the heck? Who brings the defendant to his own trial late? Plus, the request was so last minute, I didn't even have a chance to talk with my client. He's late. He's late for a very important date. My name is Athena Sykes, armed with analytical psychology and a full arsenal of legal know-how. I'm a fully competent defender of the Right Anything Agency. Though I wish my client would show up already. The trial's about to start. It appears we made it just in time. Where have you been? The trial's about to start, Simon. You needn't get so worked up, Athena. His baldness can wait. There's no way he would wait for me. And besides, why would I want to start off on the wrong foot with him right out of the gate? Dealing with such matters is part of being a lawyer, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, well, covering for your lateness is not. Still but a rank amateur, I see. This is Simon Blackquill. He might not look it, but he's actually a prosecutor and a psychology specialist. He and I go way back. As for our shared specialization in psychology, we're both disciples of the same person, so to speak, but he's kinda my senior, I guess. But twisted sense of humor or no, I wish he would stop treating me like a child all the time. So, where are Right Dono and Justice Dono? Mr. Right is abroad and Apollo is helping Trucy with her magic show. Didn't I tell you? There what? So neither one of them are here, leaving you to take this on alone. Yup. Ye gods. Call Right Dono back. It's not too late. Oh no, not too late at all. You would only need to know how to teleport. Very well. Then I will settle for Justice Photo. Go grab him by the horns and drag him here. Apollo is literally in the middle of a show, Simon. You may not want to admit it, but I've got what it takes to take on this case. Just leave this to me and go watch from the gallery. As your defense derails in spectacular fashion? No, as I win the heck out of this trial. I'll be okay, promise. So wipe that look off your face already, will you? Anyway, I take it the guy behind you is... Yes, he's asleep again. Hoy, Bucky, wake up. What'd you do that for, Simon? Who's this yeller chickadee? She is your lawyer, such as it were. I would say she's more green than yellow, however. Lawyer? She sure doesn't look it, does she? Is she like your fellow apprentice or something? Something like that. I've known her longer than I've known you. You could say we're bound to one another. Okay, well then, guess I had better call her Ms. Chickadee then. Simon, this guy's not only rude, but he's 3 sheets to the wind at his own trial. I know we just met, but I'm about ready to give him a piece of my mind. Do as you will, just save it for after the trial. Ms. Chickadee. Don't call me that. How'd you do? Simon here's an old friend of mine. I'm the 4th generation head chef of Wet Soba. Wet Noodle number 4, Bucky Wet. Nice to meet ya. It's nice to meet you too, Mr. Wet. So he can pull himself together when he wants to. If only the trial wasn't starting in a few minutes. Having been accused of a murder that only occurred yesterday, I'm afraid it's taken a toll on the poor boy. And you happened to be there at the theater where it all happened too, right? They said they found a Rakugo storyteller murdered in his dressing room. Indeed. The victim, Master Storyteller Typhoon Tornado, was a longtime patron of Wet Soba. Master Tornado had been looking after Bucky ever since Wet Noodle number 3 passed away. I see. So the victim was kind of like a father to the defendant. That stupid old fart. Like a father? No way. He was always dishing my soba. How dare you speak ill of him? Running your mouth like that is why they suspected you of his murder in the first place. Now, pull yourself together. Number 3 must be rolling in his grave. But, Simon, the police, none of them believes me. They won't listen to me. It looks like he's still in shock from the whole ordeal. Don't worry, Mr. Wet. Everything's going to be alright. I'm going to defend you with everything I've got. You're in good hands now. You mean, you believe me, man? Of course. No matter what, I'll believe in you to the very end. Gee whiz, Miss Chickadee. Now come on, I need you to shape up, just like those al dente noodles of yours. Yes, ma'am. My soba is the freshest. Mr. Wet. Bucky, you great big clock. So, how exactly do you know this guy? I used to frequent Wet Soba, and still do, in fact, so I've known him since he was a lad. That's why his father and Master Tornado were always so good to me. I didn't know you liked soba so much, Simon. I wouldn't expect one such as you, who eats meat slapped between slabs of bread, to understand the delicate taste and supple textures imparted by buckwheat flour. Hey, that's just rude, but I digress. I'm all about flavor and subtlety and stuff. If I let Wheat Soba end like this, I'll never be able to face number 3 or Master Tornado in the next life. I see. And that's why you came to me. You wanted somebody you could trust. It was never my intention to ask you. I'll show him I can handle it just fine. Well, I believe it's just about time. What? But we haven't even properly discussed the case yet. What's the matter? You look nervous, Athena. Don't tell me you're chickadee out. I'm just trembling with the excitement of battle, that's all. Off gets. Let's do this. Come on, Mr. Wet. Get up off the floor. We've got a case to win. Yes, Miss Chickadee. I'm going to do my best.
Wet soba, wet soba, wet soba, wet soba, wet soba.
Yellow. 2 bowls of noodles? Sorry, sir, no can do. Kinda busy at the courthouse. They hung up. Okay, let's do this. He's not going to do himself or his case any favors like this, Simon. Maybe we should let him go get some rest somewhere. Let me rest? Maybe if I were a lump of regular flour dough for udon noodles. But I'm fresh like my soba, and you don't let soba dough rest. It's all about the 3 freshes. Grind the buckwheat seeds fresh, cut the dough fresh, and boil the noodles fresh. He's blacked out. Oh boy, I just knew something like this would happen. Simon, what are these 3 freshes of soba he was talking about? First, buckwheat seeds or groats are ground to make buckwheat flour. Then dough made with this flour is cut with a large rectangular knife into noodles. And finally, the buckwheat noodles are boiled. Each step is done immediately, one after the other, so that the soba is fresh when eaten. Oh, so that's what he meant. I wouldn't want him to make me any soba right now, though, that's for sure. Athena, this is no time for idle chatter. You need to get into the courtroom. Now. Just remember, as a prosecutor, I will be unable to lend you a hand. So don't expect any help from my quarter. There you go, treating me like I'm incompetent again. For your information, I wasn't planning on asking you for help anyway. Just you wait, Simon. I'll show you. Mr. Wright and Apollo may not be here, but that's all right. I can do this on my own. Court is now in session for the trial of Bucky Wet. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is fully prepared, Your Honor. What's this? No prayer this time, Prosecutor said Maddie. That is correct, Your Honor. To expedite these proceedings, I completed them beforehand in the lobby. How very thoughtful of you. By the way, what brings you back to this country? Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth himself called on me to handle this case. Besides, I have a debt to repay, and though my opponent is yet a callow thing, I have no qualm for sending her down to hell. If you have a score to settle, it's with Apollo, not me. But more importantly, I am not a callow thing. I'm a qualified and capable attorney. Then what is that yellow attire, if not proof of your immaturity, you small spring chick? Now cease your shrill chirping. Now, Prosecutor said Maddie. She is still only a teenager. Please go easy on her. Great. Now even the judge is giving me the kid treatment. Very well. Shall we begin, Your Honor? Yes, I suppose we should. Now then, Prosecutor Sadmati, please give your opening statement. I'll show them what I can do. They'll be sorry they underestimated me. Certainly. Let the last rites of the victim commence. The incident is believed to have occurred at around 4 yesterday, May 12th, at a storyteller's theater called Kuru Kuru Te. The victim was a great master of the Tornado School of Rakugo, or comedic storytelling. His name was Taifu Tornado. The scene of the murder was the theater's dressing room. It is accessible via the staff entrance hallway and has an inner and outer sliding door. The estimated time of death is between 2 and 5. The cause of death is suffocation, though how the victim suffocated is yet to be determined. I mean, it looks like to me he suffocated in the soba, but okay. The autopsy found nothing unusual in his lungs or stomach, and there is no murder weapon. I will now submit the incident report to the court. Prosecutor Sadmati, how can you name Mr. Wet as the culprit when you don't know how the victim was killed, or even with what? While it is true that the weapon and precise method are, as yet, unknown, the accused is the only one who had the opportunity to commit the crime. I will explain this assertion in further detail as we continue. I guess this means he has some kind of evidence to present. Now, would the accused care to plead his case? Come to think of it, where is the defendant, Miss Sykes? So sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid Mr. Wet isn't feeling very well and is resting in the infirmary. Surely it is the lack of a clear conscience that impedes him from facing this court. Great, starting off on the wrong foot already. Mr. Wet is the head chef of a soba shop frequented by the victim. On the day of the incident, Mr. Wet went to the theater at the victim's request. Taifu Tornado was a connoisseur of soba, as you can see in these photographs. He was apparently making soba himself in his dressing room that very day. The soba found at the scene was likely the soba he himself made there. Liking soba is one thing, but making it in the theater dressing room's a bit much, no? Master Tomato truly had a passion for soba, didn't he? For a man like that to be murdered by a soba chef is simply unthinkable. And yet the accused had ample motive, for in the victim's safe, we discovered the deed to the accused's shop. Mr. Wet was to inherit Wet Soba when he lost his father recently. However, it's believed the victim stole the shop's deed during the transfer process. The prosecution believes the accused killed the victim in order to get the deed back. A murder over the deed to a shop. That does sound like a plausible motive. So that's what this case is about. I wish Simon had filled me in a little better. I could have contributed more than just 1,000 buckets of cold sweat if he had. Defense. From your demeanor, I gather you know very little about the details of this case. Oh, well, you see, you are dishonoring the soul of the victim by appearing in the courtroom unprepared. You are an embarrassment to your profession, you putrid egg yolk. I'm sorry. Apollo's a red pepper, and now I'm an egg yolk. We've only just started and I've already been demoted from spring chick. I am ready to call my witness, Your Honor. Let us listen to the words of one who was present when the crime was discovered. Someone who was there when the victim's body was found. Very well. Witness, please take the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Simon Blackquill, prosecutor. But Prosecutor Blackquill, you didn't tell me you were going to take the stand. There simply wasn't time. What a shame, Prosecutor Blackquill. Had you shared the damning scene you witnessed beforehand with the defense, we could have moved this trial along and saved the victim's soul that much faster. The damning scene? What in the world did Simon see? Prosecutor Sad Maddie, was it? Before I give my testimony, there's something I would like to confirm. By all means. This case involves rakugo, a very traditional form of Japanese comedic storytelling. Do you have enough knowledge of this art form to handle the case competently? Are you implying that I am not qualified for this case? Not yet. I am simply trying to ascertain your familiarity with the topic. For now. It is a prosecutor's duty to learn the background of any case he takes on. I did some research on rakugo last night and have grasped the overall idea of it. How much could you possibly grasp in a single night? Rakugo is a form of entertaining storytelling that originated in the land of Japan, and if the storyteller sits alone on the stage with only a fan and a towel and the rakugo artist tells long, whimsical stories, giving each character a distinct voice. This traditional art was originally invented by monks to make sermons more interesting. Are you satisfied? If not, I could explain the 12 types of endings to such stories. Or shall I perform the famous story of Jukimo instead? It appears you have put in a bit of study. Your acknowledgement is most welcome, Prosecutor Blackquill. I can see why you are known for being quite thorough in your research, Prosecutor. Now, I would love to see you perform that story you mentioned, if you don't mind. If that is your Honor's request. Jugamoo, Jugamoo, Jugamoo! Your Honor, could we please get back to the trial? Oh, right. Of course. I nearly forgot. Seriously, of all the things for you to forget. Now then, back to the case. Prosecutor Blackquill, please tell this court what you witnessed. I went to the theater yesterday and arrived at approximately 4. I went straight to Master Tornado's dressing room to say hello. Bucky went into the dressing room thereafter, only to come storming out a while later. Master Tornado's junior disciple, Uendo, apparently then entered the room soon after. That's when Uendo discovered Master Tornado's body. And now wait just a minute here, Prosecutor Blackquill. Oh, with testimony like that, you're practically accusing Mr. Wet of the crime. All I can do is state what I saw. I can't help how it appears, but a qualified and capable attorney such as you should be able to dispatch with it, right? Oh, well, yeah. Alright. I guess I had better start by getting all the info out of him that I can.
Hold it!
Prosecutor Blackquill, what did you go to the theater for in the first place? I went because I had received an invitation from Master Tornado. Here, see for yourself. It was a special show commemorating his junior disciple, Uendo's promotion. It was also an occasion to announce the boy's succession to the stage name of Uendo II. So what exactly does it mean to succeed to a stage name? You really don't know, do you? In the performing arts, a name succession is when an artist inherits a predecessor's name. I see. So there was another window Rakugo artist before, and this disciple succeeded him. And what exactly did your invitation say? It contained a simple letter of salutations and an outline of the show's program. It appears Typhoon Tornado was going to perform Tokisoba, or Time Soba. He's famous for his masterful pantomime of eating soba, using only his fan as a prop. And Uendo was to perform Soba Say, or Soba Glutton, a soba-themed show. I see. It seems you know a thing or two about Rakugo yourself, your baldness. The first to perform was the senior disciple, Geiru, followed by Uendo, and lastly Master Tornado. I see. So that's why you happened to be at the Storytellers Theater yesterday. So what happened after you arrived?
Hold it!
And how did Master Tornado appear when you said hello to him? I went with the intention of greeting him, but ultimately we didn't actually meet. You didn't see him. Why not? Geiru escorted me to the dressing room, but we heard the sound of Rakugo being performed from within. Thinking the master was rehearsing, we decided to wait in the hall until he was done. You heard Rakugo being performed in the dressing room. Yes, not just me, but Geiru as well. In other words, you can confirm that the victim is still alive at around 4. Correct. I couldn't hear him clearly through the doors, but I'm sure it was Master Tornado. I could tell because it was a Time Soba routine being performed in there. So that means the victim was killed sometime after that.
Hold it!
Please tell us in detail how Mr. Wet appeared at the time. Geiru and I were waiting in the hallway for Master Tornado to finish practicing, when Bucky appeared and entered the dressing room with his things. What happened after that? We heard what sounded like Bucky shouting inside the room. About 10 minutes later, Bucky came back out of the dressing room looking rather irate. This is most likely when the murder was committed. The victim was an elderly man. It would have been entirely possible to kill him within the span of 10 minutes. I had better come up with some kind of counter-argument, and fast.
Hold it!
What do you mean by apparently? Didn't you see him go in? No, I couldn't. I wasn't able to see the dressing room door from where I was standing at the time, but Geiru was right in front of it, so I'm sure she saw it all. I see. And why do you suppose Uendo went to the dressing room anyway? He had just finished his routine, so he was making a courtesy call. A disciple is to pay their master respect right before and after each performance, and all disciples are expected to do this. Yes, it's common courtesy among Rakugo artists. I see. Could you tell us what happened after Uendo went into the dressing room? Certainly.
Hold it!
And how did Uendo act at the time? After Uendo had been in the dressing room for 2 or 3 minutes, we heard a scream from inside the room, and Uendo came flying out. Did you hear any signs of a struggle at that time? No, just Uendo's woeful scream. I see. Well done, Prosecutor Blackquill. Your testimony has given us quite a glimpse into the sequence of events. Thank you, Prosecutor Blackquill. And now, please allow me to summarize your testimony. While Prosecutor Blackquill and Geiru were in the hallway waiting for Master Tornado, the accused came along and entered the dressing room with some items in tow. He was heard shouting for a time inside the dressing room, and about 10 minutes later, he came back out of the room, seeming rather angry. A short time after the accused had come and gone, Uendo Tornado went into the room. A few minutes later, after having discovered the victim's body, Uendo gave a scream and came running out into the hallway from within. Prosecutor Blackquill and Gayru then ran into the room and saw the body for themselves. From the circumstances, it is quite clear that the accused murdered the victim. This is crucial testimony indeed. Defense. An eyewitness has given conclusive testimony. Why not let it all go now and allow the victim his last rites? Not on your life. If Uendo went into the dressing room too and was the first to discover the body, then who's to say he didn't commit the crime? Uendo was in the dressing room for a mere 2, perhaps 3 minutes. He could not have possibly committed murder in that time, nor without making any noise. Simon, why did you have to give that awful testimony? Prosecutor Blackquill, can't you give me something a little better to work with here? Isn't it up to you to ask the right questions? I am certainly willing to tell you all that I know. So if you truly are as capable as you claim, then draw out what you need yourself. This is no time for your twisted games, Prosecutor Blackquill. Just admit you don't remember it all that well. Prosecutor Blackquill, watching you collude with the defense like this, I see that you are no prosecutor. Begone, witness. You shall haunt the sacred hall no more. How dare you treat me like some evil spirit to be exorcised? I'll remember this, you blackguard. Don't worry, Prosecutor Blackquill. I've got this. Would I have my way, you would not be the only one here to step down. You half-boiled putrid egg yolk. I object to the notion that I'm a gooey-smelling mess. Prosecutor Blackquill's testimony was like the lowly opening act of a Rakugo show. He may hold the title of prosecutor, but this time he stood on the side of the defense. To restore balance to this trial, I'd like to present an actual witness for the prosecution. And who is this witness? The person who was with Prosecutor Blackquill when the body was discovered. She is another entertainer of the Tornado School, Miss Gayru Tornado. Please state your name and occupation, witness. Hello, everyone. I'm here to represent the Tornado School, the Twisty Twist. And balloon, there you have it, a stunning balloon hat. It's me, the balloon artist you all know and love, Gayru Tornado. Just call me Gayru, sweetie. 1, 2, Oh, we all know what balloons those were about. Oh, what a way to capture your audience's attention, indeed. I dare say I can't take my eyes off those balloons. Please tell me you're talking about the hat, Your Honor. Oh, Mr. Judgy, I'm so glad you liked my performance. Would you consider joining my fan club? Pretty please. Oh, absolutely. And your OnlyFans too if you have one. And please save your fanboy for after the trial, Your Honor. Anyway, Gabriel, I can't help but notice you seem awfully cheerful for having just lost your master. Of course I'm sad, but Shisho would scold me if I didn't put on a big smile. Never show sadness, smile, 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 with a twisty twist twist. And balloon. There you have it, one gorgeous cake. I see. I guess an entertainer's gotta do what an entertainer's gotta do. Her balloon art's worse than a Rorschach test. All I saw was a severed monster head. Rorschach. I keep forgetting that's how you say Rorschach, even though that's not what it looks like. Geiru, you're obviously a balloon artist, so how did you come to be a member of a Rakugo school? Well, my father, my late father that is, was a Rakugo artist, you see. So I joined the tornado school to be just like my daddy someday. And she's got daddy issues, okay. Understood. I see. My father and I owe so much to Shisho, our master, but that Bucky Wet. How could he? I want to see him pay for what he's done as quickly as possible. Your distress is entirely understandable, and my condolences for your loss. And not only that, but you have more to say about Mr. Wet. Every time he comes to deliver soba to us, he yells at me. He always tells me to get away. Is there any reason why he would say such a thing to you? He says the smell of my perfume will get into his soba and ruin it. Like, how can he say that? This is a great scent. How very rude of him. I don't blame you for being upset.
Stream
Excuse
Elements
me, Your Honor,
said,
but please don't let Geiru's
"Stay moist, my
balloons
friends.
bias your judgment.
Hydrate."
Mr. Wet hasn't been proven guilty yet, remember? It will be interesting to see how long that fire of yours will last. Defense. Now then, Geiru, please share the truth with this court. Yes, Geiru, your testimony, please. From 4 to a little after 4:20, when Shisho's body was found, Simon and I were standing in the hallway in front of the dressing room. Before Uendo discovered the body, the only person who had gone in there was Bucky. Come to think of it, a little while before Bucky showed up, Jugemu was barking like mad. Prosecutor Blackwell, do you have any objections to this witness's testimony? No. Make up your bloody mind, sad monk, said Maddie. First you exorcise me, now this. You need only do as you are instructed by this humble servant of the Holy Mama. As there are no objections, Your Honor, let us move on to the salvation of the victim's soul. Hey, I'm the defense attorney here, Prosecutor Sadbaddy, and I just might have an objection or two once I actually cross-examine the witness. So what are you asking Prosecutor Blackwell for? I'm the one you should be checking with. There is a passage in the sacred scriptures of Curanism. To stir the wind is beyond the power of a spring chick. In other words, the inexperienced are useless. With that in mind, it seemed more judicious to consult Prosecutor Blackwell. He doesn't even see you as an adversary, Sykes Dono. Well, I won't let either one of you insult me. I'll show you I'm no inexperienced spring chick. Your Honor, I'm ready to cross-examine the witness. I hope you can make Prosecutor Sadnaddy see you as a worthy adversary, Miss Sykes. I'll allow your cross-examination, so you had better strike while the iron is hot. Jugamu. That's my doggy. I keep him at the theater. Let's see, the twisty twist twist. And balloon. There you have it, my cute little Jugamu. He's kinda creepy looking. Oh, but he's a really, really good boy. And why was Jugamu barking? Do you think it's because he saw someone suspicious? If so, then we could have a new suspect in this case. And my mouse fell. Get back here, mouse. Do not be running away just because the dog was reaching. Now, why was he barking again? Oh, I remember. Because it was time for me to feed him. So I went into his yard and gave him some food. Couldn't somebody have slipped into the dressing room while you were doing that? Nope, the door out into the yard was wide open. I would have seen if anybody went into the dressing room. Prosecutor Blackquill, come down to the stand for a sec, please. How many times must I do this? You saw what Gabriel was talking about, right? So why didn't you mention it before? I can't be expected to remember every minute detail. Well, remember them now, please. Did Gabriel go out into the yard? Yes, I remember now that she went to feed Jugamu, and I saw her looking towards the dressing room quite frequently as well. Do you recall anything else? It looked as though she were feeding the dog a great quantity of dumplings or something. Jugamu couldn't finish them all, so he buried the rest in the corner of the yard. That's about all I can remember. It looks like Gabriel was telling the truth. Your Honor, I'd like Gabriel's last statement added to her testimony. As you wish, defense.
Objection!
So you were able to keep an eye on the dressing room while you were out in the yard. Is that correct? That's right. The door out into the yard was wide open. Sorry, but that makes zero sense. Take a look at this diagram of the backstage area. There is a clear contradiction between this diagram and the witness's testimony. Oh, I'm afraid I don't understand, Miss Sykes. Please point out what contradicts the witness's testimony.
Take that!
Gabriel was in the yard near the doghouse. Prosecutor Blackquill even saw her there, and while she was out there, the door to the yard had been left open. I see. Yes, if the door to the yard was wide open, as Gabriel said, it would have blocked her view, making it impossible for her to see the dressing room. What? No way! But even if there were admittedly a few moments Gabriel was not keeping a watch, how much would that really affect this case? It would greatly affect the case. From the spot Prosecutor Blackquill stood, he couldn't see the dressing room door either. Anyone could have entered the dressing room during that time without being seen. Gabriel, why did you try to hide the fact that you weren't watching the dressing room? What?
Objection!
Hide the fact. You speak as though you think she had something to do with the murder. Rather than deliberate deception, it was more likely a simple oversight. Right, witness? Well, I was so shocked by what happened, I was just confused. That's all. But even though she is trying to keep up a brave front as an entertainer, the truth is that she is being torn apart by grief. For her mind to be in turmoil is hardly unexpected. Yes, it must be very difficult indeed. To a disciple, one's master is akin to a real parent. Surely her shock is immense. The way this lawyer tries to pin the blame on this poor soul at the first opportunity. All I can say is, defense attorneys are heartless creatures indeed. But that wasn't what I was trying to do. Is it beyond your comprehension, defense? Your unskilled argument is scarring this witness even further. And if we asked the people of this courtroom, I am sure they would agree. What? The gallery doesn't get a say in this. Are you afraid to find out that they think ill of you, or that perhaps you are in the wrong? Listen to them now with that keen sense of hearing you are so proud of. He's right. That was harsh. She didn't have to go that far. I feel kind of sorry for the witness. And why is our lawyer's outfit so yellow? No. I was just trying to find the truth. Why is the whole gallery siding with Prosecutor Sad Maddie? The people understand. They know what is right and what is wrong. That lawyer's still in training, isn't she? Why is she all by herself? I hear the voices of the gallery. I can hear the voices of their hearts. It's so intense. I feel so alone up here, fighting by myself. Are you afraid, child? It is ludicrous to come to trial such paltry preparation of the soul. I command you to leave this courtroom at once. But I can't give up. I have to keep pressing on. As long as there was a moment when nobody was watching the dressing room door, the defendant can't be convicted solely on Prosecutor Blackville and Garu's testimonies. Even now you would continue to resist. You are childish in defeat as well, I see. I'm not out for the count yet, Buster. I'm just getting started. Despite your posturing, is it not true that your resolve could crumble at any moment? With but a little push, you would surely succumb to despair. A little push, such as with this piece of conclusive evidence. Conclusive evidence. That is correct. We found a critical piece of evidence at the scene of the crime. The victim's dying message, which clearly implicates the accused, Bucky Wet. Look at these Japanese playing cards known as Karuta lined up on the table. These special English version Karuta cards spell out a message. That message, wet number 4. Wet number 4. You mean wet noodle number 4. Yes, wet noodle number 4 as the fourth head of chef of Wet Soba is also known. This message points to none other than the accused, Bucky Wet. That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Wow, great job, Mr. Prosecutor. This is really bad. What do I do? What do I do? Would you still carry on your futile fight in the face of this irrefutable evidence? You can say whatever you want, but we won't know until we. It is cruel to give the accused false hope. You will only compound his suffering. Wise people of the courtroom, do you not agree? He's right. It's cruel to make him suffer when there's conclusive evidence. What an incompetent noob. I feel bad for the victim and the defendant. What? But I'm trying to prove Mr. West's innocence here. I know you can hear them, defense. Their voices implore you to save the accused's soul. It is time for you to let it go and move on, you inexperienced lawyer. You lack the competence with which to accomplish anything meaningful here. Is he right? Is this too much for me to handle on my own? What good is she doing anybody? She should just quit right now. Now, defense. Leave everything to this humble servant of the Holy Mother.
Silence!
He is trying to use your keen sense of hearing against you to manipulate the trial, Athena. What a cheap trick for a supposedly holy man. Says Simon. And you fop doodles in the gallery. Can't a man watch the trial in peace? This inexperienced amateur is about to turn the trial around. Does that prosecutor really think she can turn things around? The mood in this courtroom is starting to change. Prosecutor Blackquill, what are you doing at the defense's bench? I grew bored of watching from the gallery. Besides, if I were to leave this trial to the spring chick and lose my favorite sofa shop in the process, I will be quite cross. You voluntarily stand on the side of impurity and sin. Truly, what a fool you are. To think you were so easily manipulated by his parlor tricks. Whatever happened to qualified and capable Athena? I just let my guard down a little bit, but it won't happen again. Then gird up your loins and steel yourself for battle. I'm not girding up anything in this skirt, but I am ready to get serious. It seems there is now yet another soul I must cast down into hell. I was in prison for a long time, and hell sounds no worse than cell, to be honest. But the fires of hell will not be the end of your suffering. For the sin you have just committed, you shall surely be reborn as a panda. What's wrong with being reborn as a panda? I mean, they sit around and eat bamboo all day, right? That sounds like a good thing to me. A white and black reverse panda? Nani? And you shall be put in a zoo to be exposed to public ridicule. A threat like that won't work on Prosecutor Blackquill. After all, he's already used to looking like a panda in this life. Who are you calling a panda? Sorry. I see that you are both prepared to face the fires of damnation. Gayru, thank you for your service. You may step down now. Okie dokie. Bye-bye, balloon. Does everything have to be about balloons with her? Now then. I have a witness prepared to testify about the Karuda cards. And who is the witness this time? The first to discover the body and someone who witnessed the crime scene firsthand. Mr. Uendo Tornado, the time has come for that ponytailed pair over there to finally let it all go and move on. Very well, let's bring in this witness then. Witness, please state your name and occupation. I am the Rakugo storyteller Uendo Tornado. Even if my performance isn't worth watching, I will certainly watch my words. I wouldn't want to say anything thoughtless and get arrested. After all, that would be a Raku no-no. Thank you, everybody. Good night. You can't leave yet. You've only just introduced yourself. Oh my. Are you a fan of mine, miss? Would you like my autograph? One moment. What do you think you're doing? No need to stand on ceremony. My fan deserves a fan, after all. A fan for a fan. Nice one. Why, if it isn't Simon, how are you on this fine day, sir? Quite a dilly of a pickle we found ourselves in, wouldn't you say? I don't believe I've ever seen you talk quite so much, Uendo. Never performed in a place like this, you know. I got butterflies here, can't you see? Why do I always get the weird ones? Pardon me, witness. As much as I enjoy your banter, I believe we had better return to the case at hand. I suppose you're right. In that case, I was promoted to Futasumi yesterday and received the stage name of Uendo. The show was our way of celebrating my new name and middle rank standing. And then that happened. I never dreamed something like that would happen, not in a million years. And just as I got my chance to start repaying my debt to Shisho too. Yeah, plus I'm worried about Geiru. The way she clung to Shisho, poor thing. I told her to keep a stiff upper lip, stuff like rigor mortis. Keep telling those lame jokes and Shisho will come scold you from the grave. I wouldn't mind getting yelled at, you know, if it meant seeing him again. Uendo, please, as charming as your various characters are, this isn't a Rakugo stage. Let us hear your testimony now, witness. Tell the court about the evidence left at the scene, the proof of the accused's guilt. I noticed Shisho's dying message right away. The stiff cards were right there next to the stiff you see. Hey now, enough of the silly puns already. Anyway, I got the meaning right away. I knew it must have been talking about Bucky. That was the Master's final message, left as he was drowning in soda broth. It's so like Shisho not to write Bucky's name outright. Plain and simple wasn't his style. Well, that was certainly a more entertaining testimony than usual. The variety of characters performed by the witness was absolutely splendid. But he shouldn't be performing any characters in the first place, Your Honor. And Uendo, the murder weapon hasn't been determined yet. So how can you say that the victim was drowned in soda broth? It's obvious. All you have to do is look at the crime scene. He was found with his face shoved in a bowl. It's only natural to assume he was drowned in the broth for the noodles. Except we're not here to assume things, Uendo, so please stick to just the facts. My, it's so like a soba chef to kill someone this way, wouldn't you say? And with the Kabuda message he left behind, it's clear Bucky wet did it. Setting aside the issue of the murder weapon for now, that dying message certainly does seem to be irrefutable evidence. Indeed, it proves the absolute guilt of the accused. Even I've got to admit that I can't see how that message could mean anything else. Bucky used soba for the deed, all to get back the soba shop deed. This testimony makes Mr. Wet look super guilty. I have to do something. That's his conclusive evidence. What a farce. What do you mean, Simon? What's this? I thought you said you weren't planning on asking me for help. I did, and I won't. Thank you very much. Simon must have found an inconsistency in the testimony. I had better listen carefully and try to see what he found. There's a contradiction in Uendo's testimony. And would you care to explain where, Miss Sykes? Certainly, Your Honor. According to the autopsy report, nothing unusual was found in the victim's lungs. Yes, it does say that, doesn't it? If he had drowned in a bowl of soba, then there should have been soba broth in his lungs. But since there wasn't any, it means the victim was suffocated with something other than soba broth. What? This is a contradiction you noticed, isn't it, Simon? Not bad. Not bad at all. I guess I showed you. But if drowning in the soba broth wasn't the cause of death, then when was the victim's face thrust into that hole? Typhoon Tornado's face was thrust into the bowl. Because no soba broth was discovered in the victim's lungs, his head must have been placed into the bowl after he was killed, and that's when the soba broth must have been spilled onto the Karuda cards. In other words, the victim could not have lined the cards up as he was drowning. I see. So it was done after he was already dead. But why would the culprit do such a thing? I'm afraid I don't know yet.
Objection!
You boast of psychological expertise, yet you cannot determine such a simple photo. My sides are liable to split at the absurdity. What, and I suppose you know why? Of course, desecrating the body in that manner indicates a strong sense of enmity on the part of the perpetrator. Yes, that does make sense. It certainly paints a clear picture of the culprit's intense feelings toward the victim. Feelings of resentment over the theft of the soba shop's deed, no doubt. Just great. Now the judge has an even more unfavorable impression of us.
Silence!
Must you come undone at every juncture? If the culprit had time enough to set up Master Tornado's body, you'd think they would have honestly failed to notice the dying message. Good point. The cards were right in front of his body after all. Rationally speaking, there's no way the culprit could have missed that.
Objection!
But was the accused rational at the time, given the way he stormed out of that room?
Silence!
Never mind that. I have something more important to ask Uendo. Me? You saw the Karuda cards firsthand, did you not? Would you care to tell us about them in a bit more detail? Those tiny crime scene photos show us precious little of what I wish to know. Well, those cards are from Shisho's special Soba Scenes of Tokyo Past set. Each card is related in some way to Soba. Spare me the history lesson. Just tell me how the cards looked at the scene and no more. Well, there was soba broth spilled all over them. That's not much help, I'm afraid. Prosecutor Sadmati, do you have a photo that shows the cards more clearly? I do. Please accept this meager offering, Your Honor. Oh my, what delightful looking cards. Well, well. Tearing Prosecutor Sadmo's conclusive evidence apart should he agrees with this. Don't tell me you haven't noticed. Don't be silly. Of course I have. Not noticed anything, but I can't exactly say that. Miss Sykes, do you really see a problem with the prosecution's claim about these cards? Well, go on then. Alright. It's do or die. All I have to do is study the picture and... These cards were rearranged. These cards were rearranged. But how can you tell? Please take a good look at these cards, Your Honor. The answer is right in front of us. Where exactly should we be looking, Miss Sykes? Please focus your attention on the silver frost stains on these cards. The outline of these stains don't match up with the larger stain on the table. Oh, would you look at that? You're absolutely right. And please recall that the Silverbaugh was killed and got on the cards after the murder, when the victim's face was placed in the bowl. Yes, go on. By the stains, we can see that the culprit deliberately rearranged the cards after that. In other words, this message was altered in order to pin the crime on my client. What? So then, if we put the cards back in their original positions, we can restore the evidence and see who the cards were really pointing toward. That's true. Well, come. Then what are we waiting for? Let's do this. All I have to do is rearrange the cards so that the stains match up. Let's see, where was the W card originally? The H card is next.
Take that!
So the message wet number 4 was originally supposed to say Owen 4th, and this original message is our clue to the identity of the true culprit. That indignant look on Prosecutor Sadmo's face is positively priceless. This is absurd. So it was originally Owen 4th? It wasn't wet number 4? Maybe the lawyer is smarter than we thought. Order, order in the court. Well, I never would have imagined that there was more to these cards than meets the eye. So now that that's settled, what does this Owen 4th mean? Wait, am I? Who else do you suppose is to provide an explanation? Of course it's you. But I hadn't thought that far yet. Change the cards around all you would like, but if you cannot explain what the message means, then it is as worthless as you are. Defense. No. And so the spring chick that fancies itself a graceful swan is brought back down to earth. I have to do something, but what? Still your thoughts for a second. There's a perfectly good witness to question over there. Oh, right. That's a good idea. Come on, Athena. Get a hold of yourself. Uendo, does the phrase Owen 4th mean anything to you? No, there's no one named Owen in the Tornado family or our circle of friends. Go ahead, ask anybody you would like. You can't be serious. Having rummaged through your empty mind, I see you have, as expected, turned up nothing.
Silence!
I am afraid I have no idea who the devil this Owen Forth is either. But the fact remains that the cards were rearranged to pin the blame on Mr. Wet. That in itself proves that the defendant isn't the real culprit. Prosecutor Blackville is right. Besides, the important question here is not who does the message point to, but rather who rearranged the cards. Why didn't you point that out earlier if you already knew? So sorry. In any case, there were two opportunities for someone to rearrange the cards. The first was when Mr. Wet entered the dressing room, and the second was when Uendo discovered the body. Are you accusing me of rearranging the cards? Me, who came to testify out of the goodness of my heart. Well, you didn't exactly come running out screaming straight away, did you? Even a mere 2 or 3 minutes is more than enough time to set up, get up to some devilry. So what exactly were you doing in there, Uendo? Put down the tea and spit out your answer. Oh, Mr. Prosecutor, what's a guy supposed to do at a time like this? Silence is more precious than diamonds. Witness, therefore you need only stay silent. The defense is devious. They are waiting for you to make a slip of the tongue. Oh, I see. So that's what they're after, is it? In that case, Your Honor, I decide not to say another word. Very good. After all, your right to remain silent is protected by law. Well, Prosecutor Blackwell, any other brilliant ideas you would like to share? Did you hear that, Sykes Dono? A Rakugo artist who's afraid to speak. Who's ever heard of such a thing? Are you trying to taunt him into talking? Such a petty trick will never work. That's right, I'm not going to fall for it. I'm only asking to hear your story. Besides, is it not your job to tell your tales if there's an audience to listen? Even so, I have the right to refuse to answer. The more you keep quiet, the more we want you to talk. That's simply human nature. Isn't that right, people of the gallery? Even with this wonderful audience in front of you, you still refuse to talk? If so, then perhaps you chose the wrong line of work, my friend. Are you saying I should quit? Because I'm not afraid to speak my mind, I'll have you know. Oh no, never mind what I just said. It is scary to talk. It's absolutely terrifying. But no, as a Rakugo artist, I must. If I don't, how can I ever show my face on stage again? Your Honor, I'm ready to testify. He did it. He managed to convince Uendo with his power of suggestion technique. Bully for you, Uendo. That's as a real Rakugo artist should be. Alright, if the witness wishes to testify, then by all means, please do. To be turned by such an obvious ploy, what a man of weak spirit. After my performance, I went to visit Shisho. I called to him from outside the room, but he didn't reply. When I entered the dressing room, I saw Shisho slumped over the table, motionless. From what I can tell, there do not appear to be any inconsistencies in the testimony. Of course there aren't any, because I'm not trying to hide anything. Prosecutor said Maddie's right. I don't see anything inconsistent either. I did pick up on some faint discord in Uendo's heart. Ponder all you would like, defense, but it is pointless. Your Honor, I believe there is no need for further deliberation. I disagree, Your Honor. I detected discord in the voice of the witness's heart. That's a clear indication that Uendo is facing some sort of inner turmoil. Are you saying what I think you're saying, Miss Sykes? Yes, Your Honor. The defense would like to conduct a quick therapy session on this witness.
Objection!
Uendo, there is no need for you to submit to this so-called therapy. It's fine by me. I have nothing to hide. Bring it on. Impetuous fool, why will you not listen to the guidance of this humble servant of the Holy Mother? If the witness wishes to proceed, I see no problem, prosecutor. In one ear and out the other. It seems this performer has no need for your so-called guidance, prosecutor Sadmonk. Just know this, Uendo, your folly will surely earn you divine retribution. Thanks, Simon. I'm going to make the most of this opportunity you created for me. Just keep your wits about you. I will. Uendo, could you tell us again about what happened in the dressing room? Uendo, I'm noticing something strange with these emotions. Some thin stranger with cheesy toe skin, you say? No, something strange with these emotions. How could you have heard some thin stranger with cheesy toe skin? I don't know. Maybe it's me who's got some cheese in my ears. Did he will the floor to open up and swallow his cushions out of shame for that bad joke? The point I'm trying to make is that I noticed something unexpected in your emotions. Now stop hiding and come out where we can see you. Bailiff, please bring the witness a few replacement cushions. So what was this unexpected thing you noticed? Oh, come on. His Honor said a few cushions, not a few dozen. Now that we've all had a good laugh, please continue, Miss Sykes. Who's laughing? Focus, Athena. Don't let yourself get rattled. When you entered the room and saw your master slumped motionless over the table, you weren't the least bit shocked, Uendo. Don't you think that's a little odd? Is it, though? The lack of surprise means you were prepared for what you saw. And I think I know why. The reason Uendo wasn't shaken when he saw his master's dead body is because he knew about his master's death. Uendo, I think maybe the reason you weren't shaken was because you already knew you would find your master dead. What kind of a thing is that to say? You've got it all wrong. Oh, right. I just remembered something. I thought Shisho was just sleeping when I first saw him. You thought he was sleeping. It sounds plausible, but what made you think he was asleep? Well, he had his head and arms up on the table, as if he were taking a nap. Oh, and one other thing. There was that note, too. A note? What note? He must be talking about this. It appears to have been written by the victim. Allow me to read it. Resting. Do not disturb. Yes, that's the note I saw. After reading that, who wouldn't think Shisho was napping? That is a pretty reasonable assumption. You've got to be kidding me. That's right. I saw this note, so that's why I thought Shisho was asleep. I want to change my testimony to include that statement. Alright, I'll run an update. Window, I noticed something funny in your emotions again. Funny, you say? I guess an entertainer of my caliber can make people laugh, even with my emotions. I didn't mean that kind of funny. Quite the opposite, actually. When you entered the dressing room, I see that you suddenly felt anger. What I want to know is, what made you feel angry all of a sudden? What? Let's see. Oh yeah, now I remember. As I was going in, I whacked my little piggy on something. I was annoyed at my own clumsiness. Wait, you mean you stubbed your pinky toe? It's just a little bump on my little piggy. No big deal. It's embarrassing, really. Sounds more like he's hiding something. I had better dig a bit deeper. No need to be embarrassed, Uendo, but I'm afraid it's something we do need to look into. I don't really see anything you could have stubbed your toe on in the area around the dressing room door in this picture, but maybe there was something there at the time. Uendo, what exactly did you stub your toe on?
Objection!
What an irrelevant question. You dishonor the soul of the victim with these unnecessary delays. You tell her, really, who doesn't stub their toe every once in a while? You really gotta fuss over every small detail like this? Well, the thing is, even the most subtle of fluctuations in a person's psyche can clue us into the truth. That's why it's important to get to the bottom of this question. Plus, if I back down now, who knows what new insult Simon will hurl my way. Is there really no trace left of what Uendo stubbed his toe on by the door? What in the world might have been there then, but is not there now?
Take that!
Please take a good look at this photo of the crime scene. Do you see it? This long track that goes from the door all the way across the room. Now that you mention it, I do see traces of something getting dragged, and the drag mark ends there at the TV. This implies that the TV was originally by the door. I'm convinced that this TV is the object the witness stubbed his toe on. Well, Uendo, how about it? Yes, you're right. It was the TV. There, the noise level dropped again. Yes, I stubbed my pinky toe on the TV. But what of it? Why is this so important to you? So the noise went down, but it hasn't completely disappeared yet, which means he's still hiding something. Okay, then let's try this tactic instead. Uendo, why was the TV moved there? Shisho must have moved it so he could watch my routine. But what a place to put it, right in the middle of the doorway like that. I didn't want to bump into it again, so I put it back where it belonged. Performances on stage can be viewed in the dressing room using that TV. That's right, it's a closed circuit monitor that shows the stage. I see. Now what? I can't find anything else out of place, and I still haven't gotten the noise level down to 0 yet. Simon, I'm still getting noise here, but I don't see anything else fishy. This is precisely why amateurs are such a bother. So sorry. I'm in no mood to play nursemaid here, but if that's what it takes to save the sofa shop. Hoi, Uendo, here's a curiosity for you. This table Master Tornado is slumped over, looks like it was moved. Did you happen to bump into it while you were moving the TV back? Oh my. Yes, you're right. The TV hit the table, and Shisho's body moved with a jolt. That's when I first realized that Shisho was dead. Oh, but how scared I was. I see. Thank you. We're finally getting a more precise picture of how the body was discovered. But I would wager you need to put the spurs to window just a trifle longer. Right. I can't keep asking Simon to bail me out like this. It's time for me to regain my footing and really stand on my own. Window, what you said just now about discovering your master's death. Could you please describe all that again for the court in detail? Alright. But before you do, let me just plug in the latest information. That's odd. After the initial shock of finding the victim dead, you reacted with surprise again. What was it that surprised you, Uendo, besides your master's death? Oh, what do you mean? What's more, you were even more surprised the second time than the first. What could have surprised you more than finding your late master? To search me, your little thingy must have made a mistake.
Silence!
That the girl is as sharp as a trout, to be sure. But her ability to hear people's emotions is absolute. Now get to remembering, Uendo. What was it that surprised you? That was a compliment, right? Well, uh... No, we've pushed him too hard, and now he's mentally all over the place. His emotions are completely out of control. Out of control. Care to explain how that's relevant? You know how normally I listen for the hidden emotions in a witness's voice, right? From there I look for inconsistencies between their testimony and those emotions. But sometimes a person's feelings can run too high, making it hard to get proper readings. So that's how your Matrix program works. Fascinating. Ordinarily, it's just one emotion that runs out of control, but it seems there's nothing ordinary about this time. I... I knew it. What's got your knickers all in a bunch now? Window has multiple emotions running out of control at the same time. I've never seen anything like this. Ever. So how does one bring a situation like this back under control? I'll have to find the root cause of this tangled mess before I can treat him. If I can identify what is causing this emotional rampage, then I can probe to dive in further. I'll need to point to what I think is the root cause and hit probe again. Through this process, I can identify exactly what's causing Window so much distress. And that will help bring his emotions back under control. In that case, let's get started, shall we? Alright, I can't guarantee success, but it's definitely worth a shot. Time to look for the root cause of the Window's rampaging emotions. I get it now. The cards were the root of it all. Don't try to deny it. You can't hide your feelings from me. The dying message that was left at the scene of the crime is what was causing your distress. And if the dying message was the cause of all those feelings, then that means the phrase Owen Forth must mean something to you. There, noise level 0, finally. The dying message consists of 2 words, Owen and Forth, but neither of those 2 words have anything to do with this witness. This topic warrants no further argument. Sure, there may not seem to be any direct connection between the window and the message, for now, but why don't you wait and decide what's necessary after you hear my theory? I trust you've hit upon something, Athena. Yup, if my theory is right, we can finally solve the case of Window and the mysterious Owen Forth. Well, go on then. I can already tell this promises to be interesting. Now, please share your theory with the court, Miss Sykes. There was something puzzling to me about Window's out-of-control emotions just now. Namely, that there were 3 distinct reactions present. I had never seen that before, and I wondered how it could be possible. Is there a conclusion to this meandering musing of yours? Hold your horses, I'm getting there. So, could a person flip between 3 distinct emotions of such intensity like a switch? In the end, I concluded that just wasn't possible. So that's it, is it? A bit unconventional, but I'll grant that it's possible within the realm of psychology. Within the realm of psychology. I'm afraid you'll have to explain it from the old man up here on the bench. Your Honor, my theory is that Window has multiple personalities. With so many distinct personas, it's clear to me that Window has dissociative identity disorder. Whoa, what does that even mean? Your Honor, the defense would treat this trial as a child's jest. Multiple personality disorder? A preposterous proposition indeed. Would you not agree, witness? Haha, how did she know? How did she figure it out? Pocahontas, I can't believe it. I did it, Simon. I've read papers on it before. But to think I would see a case of it for myself. Blimey. Rakugo artists tell stories as different characters, but as different personalities? Hey you, lawyer girl, you got a problem with us, huh? No problem at all? This is all very hard to believe, but now that we've established that the witness has multiple personalities, could each of them please introduce themselves to this court? Uendo Tornado, I'm a Rakugo storyteller, as you know. Hello everybody, catches the friendly gesture here. Kishigawa, courtesan. And is that all of you? Yes, that's all of us. So there are 3 personalities in total, Uendo, Patches, and Kishigawa, unless there is a 4th. Well, Simon, what do you think now? That you're one lucky duck. Just be glad they were dense enough to help you out. Can't you just straight up say I did a great for a change? You appear to be quite proud of yourself, Defense, but all you have done is infringe upon the privacy of the witness. I couldn't disagree more, Prosecutor.
Said,
now that we know there are 3 personalities.
Hydrate.
A new way for us to interpret the meaning of a certain piece of evidence has arisen. A new interpretation. Now I'm very curious. What is this piece of evidence you're talking about, Miss Sykes? Knowing what we know about Uendo and his personalities, this now makes perfect sense.
Take that!
The Karuda card. I keep wanting to call him Kurata, but it's Karuda. I don't know why I'm getting that U and A mixed up. That's right, Your Honor. Recall the original dying message left at the scene. We didn't have a clue as to what Owen Forth could have possibly meant. But now, with this new information about Uendo and his personalities, isn't it possible that Owen Forth actually means a secret 4th personality of Uendo's, a personality named Owen? Okonka. Uendo must have kept this dissociative identity disorder from us because he didn't want to be associated in any way with that dying message. No, that's not why. We kept our disorder a secret for a different reason altogether. We've been taking advantage of our affliction to act out various Rakugo characters. If word of this got out, well, our reputation as a Rakugo artist would be tarnished, as would the Tornado name. That's why we kept it a secret from everyone except members of the Tornado School. But really, there is no 4th personality. It's just the 3 of us in here. A plausible enough sounding story. But it doesn't prove you didn't rearrange the cards, does it? But I will concede that it is highly likely that the witness rearranged the cards. Is Prosecutor Sadnati actually agreeing with us? However, it is not also possible that the accused killed Master Tornado. And then left that message in order to frame the witness. And upon noticing the cards when he found the victim's body, Uendo rearranged them.
Silence!
A fantastic tale, but a tale nonetheless. No one outside the Tornado School knew about Uendo's multiple personalities. Uendo just finished saying so himself. Ah, that is true. Ultimately meaningless point. The witness was only in the dressing room for 2 to 3 minutes. That's far too little time to commit murder, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
Then who's to say he couldn't have done it before his discovery? And that spring chicken memory of yours. Have you already forgotten Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony? Simon's testimony. Avery was escorted me to the dressing room, though we heard the sound of Rakugo being performed from within. Thinking the master was rehearsing, we decided to wait in the hall until he was done. That's right, until just a few moments before Uendo entered the dressing room, Taifu Tornado was confirmed to still be alive. Or was he? Or was he? Not only that, but Uendo was on stage until just before he discovered the body. A bulletproof alibi that I have already confirmed with several audience members. I also heard that his Rakugo performance that day was a steaming pile of... well, you get the picture. Yes, I'm afraid so. Really stunk up the stage, I did. And yet I have a perfect alibi. Indeed, why not land the coup de grace on the defense by describing your alibi, witness? Okie dokie, Smokey. I was on stage until just moments before I went into the dressing room. The entire audience was my witness. But my performance was a huge bust. Not a single soul laughed. I'll never be able to live down how terribly I bombed during that very important show. Uendo was on stage before he found the body, so he could not have committed this crime. It is time to let it all go, defense, and move on. Well, get this, Prosecutor Sad Natty. The Right Anything Agency never gives up. We fight to the bitter end. Allow me to say this once more. Let it go and move on. And allow me to say once more, I'm never giving up. It is Frozen versus the Rickroll. Oh no, which will win? Let go and never. This is pointless. You should have taken advantage of this opportunity while you could, you foolish child. Your worthless convictions only serve to prolong the accused's suffering. If words will not sway you, then perhaps pain will. Oh no, anything but this.
Satorai Mao Mandomo Samashi de Tashi no Ketaragase yo Soroka!
What's the big idea, Prosecutor Sad Natty? That was but a small dose of punishment for your misguided convictions. Are you now a bit more inclined to give up, as instructed? As if. In that case, you must require another dose. Not bloody likely. I don't give two flips about your beliefs, but if Sykes-Stoner were to submit to you here, I won't be able to eat a good soba anymore. That's right, for Mr. Wet's future and Prosecutor Blackwell's stomach. I will never give up. You will rue those words, defense. Of that I can assure you.
Hold it!
Do you have any idea what went wrong? I'm not sure if it was my performance, or if it was just that particular audience, or maybe it was the story I picked. but every entertainer knows that this kind of thing happens from time to time. I guess that makes sense. Still, I wonder how he could have flopped in his own commemorative show. Maybe I should dig into things a bit more. Could you tell me which Rakugo story you performed? I could, but I'm not sure if it would mean anything to the uninitiated. Oh well, even if I might not get it, can't you at least try me? Alright, if you insist, the story I performed is called Taki Soba, otherwise known as Time Soba. Time Soba. Maybe Uendo's right. He's only said the name of the routine and I'm already lost. So you performed Time Soba, did you? What? You know it, Prosecutor Sadnadi? In the course of my studies last night, I became familiar with a number of stories. I must say, Defense, you would do well to prepare better for your next trial. Simon, what's Time Soba about? Look it up yourself. Allow me to give an overview. The story takes place on a winter's night. A man orders a bowl of soba at a street stall. How you doing, sir? What can I get for you? I see you got seaweed top Hanamaki soba. And mixed toppings shippoku soba. I'll have a bowl of shippoku, my good man. It sure is cold tonight, isn't it? But there's nothing like a hot bowl of noodles and soup to warm the soul. You know it, sir. One shippoku coming right up. So how's business? Not so great, sir. Is that so? Well, that's great because things can only get better from here, right? Wow, prosecutor. The customer talks on and on like this. Finally, when he is done eating, he goes to pay for his soba. So how much do I owe you? That'll be 16 mons, sir. I see. Sorry, but I... I see. Sorry, but I only have small change on me. I'll count the coins into your palm, so could you hold out your hand for me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey, what time is it? It's 9, sir. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Thanks, and bye. He gypped him one. He gypped him one coin as a joke. Very well done, Prosecutor Sadnadi. That was excellent. So he only paid 15 instead of 16 for the noodles. I don't get it. What was so funny about that? Don't you see? The customer paid with coins, counting them out one by one. Then, just after counting 8, he asked about the time, and the soba vendor answered with 9. Now I get it. He made the vendor say 9, and then he continued counting from 10. Exactly. He cheated the soba vendor out of 1 mon with his smooth talking. The story continues with another man who solves the whole thing and tries to do the same, but he bungles the trick and ends up paying more than 16 mon for his soba. The story ends on that as a punchline. You can look up the rest of the details yourself. Or I'm sure Prosecutor Stadmonk over there would love to perform it for you after court. So basically it's a story about a man cheating on his soba bill. That's kind of petty, isn't it? Is that really all you have to say about this classic story? Time soba is such a well-known staple of Rakugo that the skill of the artist is critical in... Fine, so you studied a lot, but we haven't the time for a lecture detour right now, Prosecutor Sadmonk. I wanted to hear a little more, but I suppose it is off topic. Getting back to the matter at hand, Miss Sykes, the witness, stated that the story I performed is called Soba, otherwise known as Time Soba. Would you like to add this statement to his testimony? Should I have that statement added? Of course, we always add the statements, right? Always. Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to have it added. Very well.
Objection!
Window, isn't there something odd about the routine you performed? Odd? No, I don't think there's anything odd about it. But that's exactly what I find odd. The fact that you don't think it's odd.
Objection!
We are discussing the witness's alibi at the moment, defense. The show's program is completely irrelevant.
Objection!
That's where you're wrong, prosecutor, said Maddie. The reason being it contradicts the statement the witness just made. Window, do you know what this is? No. Well, what is it? This is an invitation to the show, sent from Master Tornado to Prosecutor Blackquill. Included in the invitation is a rundown of the show's program, which clearly states that Time Soba was to be performed by Master Tornado himself. No. The window. Why did you perform the routine your master was scheduled to do? Well, you see, the reason for that is... How do I say this? You see, let's say it was a prank. That's right, it was just a little joke, you see. I was trying to surprise Shisho by performing his routine before he did. I don't know if I buy that. Was doing the victim's routine really just for laughs, or didn't Simon happen to hear Time Soba coming from the dressing room during Uendo's performance on stage? It seems like too much of a coincidence. Wait, can it be? What's the matter? You look like a hen with a dozen eggs to lay. So stop comparing me to birds. And cease this bird brain timidity. If something has occurred to you, then lay it out for us already. Don't breed resentment in those watching your performance. Okay. I don't have a ton of confidence in this theory, but here goes. It looks like Uendo's alibi checks out, Your Honor, but even though he was on stage at the time, he may have been trying to obfuscate a crucial detail about this case. Are you referring to the Soba bill the man tried to skimp on in the witness's story? I'm not talking about the Rakugo story, Your Honor. I'm sorry, but then what are you talking about, Miss Sykes? What Uendo may have been trying to deceive us about was the time of the victim's death. Uendo tried to deceive us about the time of the victim's death.
Objection!
What gibberish? Prosecutor Blackquill even testified to the time of the victim's death. I know, but he only testified that way because he and Gaten had been completely taken in. You mean, by the Soba bill thing? Would you please forget about the story for a second, Your Honor? I was deceived. Pray tell, how did Uendo manage to deceive two people while he was performing on stage? That's easy. All he had to do was use a certain prop in the dressing room. Oh, and what might that be? The prop Uendo used was...
Take that!
This TV was used to view what was happening on the stage. Prosecutor Blackquill, when you came to the dressing room, what was Uendo doing? He was performing time soap glass. Could it be? Yes, it could, and it was. What you and Galen heard was not Master Tornado practicing his routine. It was Uendo's performance, as heard through the TV monitor speakers. What? With the TV just inside the inner door of the dressing room, it could easily be heard from the hallway outside. And because we knew that Master Tornado was scheduled to perform Time Soba, we were easily manipulated into thinking he was still alive at the time, rehearsing. Yes, your knowledge of today's program is why the two of you could be fooled this way. Simon, did the voice you hear belong to Master Tornado? With the doors in the way, I couldn't tell exactly who the voice belonged to. But because I heard Time Soba, I just assumed it was Master Tornado. I can't believe I was taken in by such a simple mind game.
Objection!
All of that is mere conjecture. Where is your proof, defense? Uendo moved the TV back when he discovered the body. After all, he couldn't very well leave it by the door, because then someone might figure out the trick he had been playing. And there's one more thing about Uendo's actions that's suspicious. And that is the fact that he flopped so badly on such an important occasion. What's so suspicious about that? Even pros slip up once in a while, you know? But I believe that this time it was intentional, because Uendo knew it would be strange to hear laughter coming from the dressing room. Oh my. It's all just a bit too perfect to be sheer coincidence. Plus, if the voice Prosecutor Blackville and Gary heard was due to Uendo's scheming, then the victim's time of death could have been earlier than 4. In other words, Uendo could have killed Master Tornado himself. We've got you by the stones now, Uendo, so you had better confess everything. Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself? We demand an explanation. Uendo. I confess. I tampered with the crime scene. Is it the defense's claim that Uendo Tornado is the true murderer in this case? If he tampered with the crime scene, then we have to at least consider him a suspect. Now wait just 1 minute. Yes, I admit to messing with the dressing room, but I didn't kill Shisho. Then why did you tamper with the crime scene? I refuse to answer that question. What? If you suspect this witness, then I have a question for you. What could it be this time? Uendo had absolutely no reason to murder Typhoon Tornado. After all, why would Uendo kill the man who recognized his skills and promoted him? Oh well, his motive was... I can't think of a single thing. It appears you are also not aware of one other fact. And that is that the accused visited the dressing room before 4 as well. Is it not natural, then, to suppose that the accused killed the victim at that time? What? Nobody told me Mr. Wet had also gone there before 4. We were only discussing the time frame after 4, so I didn't think to mention it. But now that you have made the time period before 4 relevant, I don't like where this is going. So, you really do not know what your client was doing during that time frame, do you? Well, it was all very sudden, and why did you wait until the very last second to contact me, Simon? Don't you give me that look? And just so you know, Bucky never told me he had visited the Master before Ford either. This sort of thing is exactly why the prosecutor keeps calling us unprepared. The defense will stop squabbling this instant. So sorry, Your Honor. Prosecutor Sad Maddie, please continue. Thank you, Your Honor. Defense, you know of the soba making implements in the dressing room, correct? Is he talking about the equipment for making soba noodles? You speak of the large bowl that is used to mix buckwheat flour and water, the long rolling pin, and the special knife that is used to cut the dough into noodles. Precisely. These tools all came from the accused's soba shop. You mean they didn't belong to Master Tornado? Mr. Wet had visited the dressing room to give the victim a soba making lesson, and that visit was before 4. I'm afraid that after the accused kneaded the dough and made those noodles, he committed the act of murder. But wait, that doesn't add up. If Mr. Wet killed the victim before 4, why would he return to that room at a later time? Wet soba, your kit and caboodle when it comes to noodles. Oh my. Hiya, Miss Chickadee. Heya, Simon. The reason I went back is because Mr. Tornado ordered uncooked noodles. Mr. Wet. Yesterday, I brought noodle making tools to the dressing room at around 2. That's when Mr. Tornado ordered uncooked soba noodles to stock up on. Uncooked noodles to stock up on. Yes, ma'am. Master Tornado kept a supply of soba noodles from my shop in his fridge. He only had 1 serving left, so I went back to my shop to get some more. 1 serving of noodles in the fridge, but I thought the fridge was practically empty. Anyway, the whereabouts of the missing noodles isn't all that important now. He ran into me and gave me when he came back to deliver the uncooked soba, correct? That's right, Simon. I made time out of my busy day to deliver him the noodles. And you know what? He ignored me when I called to him from the inner doorway. He just kept mumbling Rakugo lines for ages, so I got mad and went back to my soba shop. So that's why you got mad. If what he's saying is true, then there's no way he could be the murderer. I swear I'm telling the truth, Miss Chica. The bailiff, quick! Get this man to the infirmary. Well, I dare say he's quite a handful. Your Honor, please accept the statements Mr. Wet made just now into evidence. I believe the accused's statement about going to the room at around 2 is true, for it falls within the victim's estimated time of death. That opens up the possibility that the crime was committed between 2 and 4. That's some critical information. Yes, Your Honor. But other than that one point, Mr. Wet's statements are dubious and without proof.
Objection!
But they are the words of the defendant himself. Simon, back me up here. He has a point. If I were the prosecutor, I wouldn't accept them either. While I understand the defense's feelings on the matter, this court is unable to accept anything other than the time the defendant made his visit. Then now what do I do? I trust you have no further objections, defense. At last the time has come to send the soul of the victim onward to the Twilight Realm.
Silence!
What are you yammering on about, Prosecutor Sadmo? We still have something we need to question Uendo about. We do. Like what? Well, don't just stand there. But we don't have any evidence left to present. Have you forgotten already? Isn't there still a hidden witness you have yet to question? A hidden witness? Oh, that's right. Your Honor, there's still one more issue we haven't finished discussing yet. Oh, and what is this bit of unfinished business? We haven't finished discussing this issue related to Luendo. We still have to discuss the possibility of a fourth personality, the one named Owen. Are you suggesting that this fourth personality of Windows might be the true culprit? Not that again. I told you we don't know anything about this Owen. Look, Window, I know you don't have any motive to kill your master, but this Owen may have won for all we know. Come clean now, Window. You've got another personality stashed away, haven't you? Please tell us everything you know about Owen. That's enough. The witness has already stated that he knows not of any Owen character. Bravo! You tell him, Mr. Prosecutor. Hey, Patches. If you claim you don't know Owen when you really do, that's tantamount to perjury. If you want to exercise your right to remain silent, however, well, that's a different story. Do not listen to the depraved prosecutor witness. You will be tainted with his evil. Do you have any idea how dark and cold a prison cell is? I exercise my right to remain silent. What's this now? Changing horses in midstream, are you? Shut up. I will remain silent and that's it. Patches, you fool. Stay out of this. Patches is not the brightest bulb in that box you call a noggin, is he? The fact that he switched from I don't know any Owen to I will remain silent is proof that he does know about Owen. There it is again. Simon's formidable psychological manipulation tactic. I'm sure glad he's on my side today. You dirty, despicable, depraved prosecutor. You were leading the witness. Witness, there is no need for you to submit yourself to the defense's questioning. Your Honor, Lindo is definitely hiding something. Please allow me to question this witness about the existence of Owen. I suppose only this witness can confirm or deny the existence of Owen for us. Very well. I will allow the defense to proceed. Polkanka. I've never met any personality named Owen. Patches was just blurting out nonsense in panic. We're always aware, so we would definitely notice if a personality like that showed up. How dare you treat me like a criminal based on mere conjecture? Wow, how am I supposed to deal with the testimony of 3 personalities? Unless you can prove the existence of Owen here, it's all over. You had best screw your courage to the sticking place and attack their testimony head on. Alright, I will. Just stop piling the pressure on me. I have to draw out some info, anything to drag Owen out into the open. But what if, for some reason, you 3 were unconscious at the time of the incident? If the 3 of you weren't alert and aware, what would happen? Well, what would happen? I'm not even sure what you mean. I mean, you 3 shared the same memories, right? But what if Owen is different? What if he has memories separate from yours? Maybe Owen emerges when the three of you are unaware or unconscious.
Objection!
Instead of speaking as if this fourth personality is a foregone conclusion, I suggest you prove his existence first. Well, we've already seen three personalities. A fourth wouldn't be a stretch. You dishonor the victim and this court by jumping to such conclusions without proof. Have you ever heard these old sayings, Prosecutor Sadmaddie? What happens twice will happen thrice. If you see one, there are likely 30 in your home. I'm basing my theory on such premises. Comparing us to cockroaches, do we bug you that much, girly? But how do you intend to prove it? How will you prove that all three personalities became unconscious, as you say? Unless you can do that, all this talk is merely empty speculation. Oh well, Don't be so timid. If you don't have it, then find it. Look for something that could render Uendo and the others unconscious. Simon's right. I can't back down now. For my client, Mr. Wet, I have to. Wait, Mr. Wet. Let me rest. Maybe if I were lump of regular flour dough for udon noodles. But I'm fresh like my soba, and you don't let soba dough rest. It's all about the three freshes. Grind the buckwheat seeds fresh, cut the dough fresh, and boil the noodles fresh. He's blacked out. Mr. Wet, falling unconscious. Wait a minute. I think I've got it. Miss Sykes, you have proof to back up your theory. Yes, Your Honor, I do. The proof is right here in this crime photo. It is. In that case, please point out what supports your theory. This, most likely, is what caused Uendo to lose consciousness.
Take that!
This is probably what made Uendo lose consciousness. The sake. And isn't it just like Master Tornado to pick a fine brand like Camel? Sake. You mean rice wine? Oh please, don't call it rice wine. That's so unsophisticated. It's not even wine. Silly girl. I must agree, you need to become more cultured, Athena. Tomato. It's made of rice and people get drunk from drinking it, right? It's called sake. End of story. Fine. Sake it is, then. Ay, caramba! Everybody's so touchy about these things. I recall Master Tomato would often have a drink or two before performing. He said it made him more eloquent. Drinking too much of the stuff can make one lose consciousness, though, of course. And look, there were two glasses on the table. Uendo, I believe your master offered you some sake. And then you must have drank too much and passed out. That's when your fourth personality, Owen, emerged. I drank sake? Oh, that's a good one. We have a real sweet tooth, you see, so yes, we did accept the sugary red bean bun. But since we really dislike sake, we said no, thank you to that. Believe it or not, we're real weak when it comes to booze. Even a tiny drop can knock us right out. So you see, I had a sweet manju bun, but I didn't drink any sake. What? But that can't be right. The defense demands that the glasses be examined right away. You amateur, did you really think I had not already done so? Your foolishness is beyond the pale. Don't tell me. There was no trace of the witness having touched either of the glasses, naturally. We're right, of course. Miss Sykes, would you like the witness's statement added to his testimony? Yes, please, Your Honor. Very well.
Objection!
This shows what most likely made Uendo lose consciousness. That note. Are you feeling lightheaded, child, or perhaps a bit peckish? I'm not hungry and my head feels just fine, thank you very much. Look at the paper this note is written on. Isn't there something familiar about it? What exactly is your point, Defense? This faint design here reminds me of the paper from... It's a piece of the wrapping paper on the box of manju buns by the victim on the floor. Window, you may not have drunk any sake, but you did eat a sweet red bean bun, right? Well, yes, that's right. I don't know if you are aware of it or not, Window, but I believe the manju you ate caused you to fall unconscious. The bean bun? But how? Because those buns contained a secret ingredient. A very punchy secret ingredient at that. A punchy secret ingredient. Yes. The design on the wrapping paper matches that of something else in the room. It does. The design on this object matches that of the manju boxes.
Said. MF got outed by the bun, oh no.
Yeah, looks like it. Looks like they were some spiked buns. Got some of that sake in them buns, right? Well, come on in, Kyo. I hope you're having a fantastic existence.
Take that!
The camel pattern. It's the same as the one for Camel brand sake. And Camel brand oh wait, no cigarettes here.
Kiyokamis.
Drunk
Said.
buns.
Drunk buns.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like, drunk buns. So just as Uendo said, he didn't drink any sake per se, but he did eat some. Impossible. Uendo had a Camel brand red bean bun, which boasts a nice shot of sake as one of its ingredients. So the defense is claiming that Uendo passed out after consuming a Camel sweet bun, which allowed a fourth personality named Owen to emerge. Is that correct? Yes, Your Honor. That's exactly what I'm claiming. But there's one thing that bothers me. When the alcohol content of the buns evaporate as they are steamed. In order to give them a stronger flavor, some manju are specially made to retain as much of the alcohol content as possible. What kind of lightweight do you think I am? Even I wouldn't pass out from eating a simple manju. Then how about we test that theory? What do you say, Your Honor? Seeing is believing, as they say. Very well. I will allow a test. Can we have some too? Let's all just get drunk. Fuck this court. Let's just get drunk on manju buns, right? Thanks, Your Honor. Simon, go buy us some camel manju on the double. And don't forget to get me one. She actually does ask for one too, okay. Well, why must I? And while you're at Prosecutor Blackwell, you'll get one for me as well. I'm not the courthouse staple boy, you know. But just this once, I'll acquiesce. Taka, I'm counting on you. And all of you had better pay me back. But I thought it would be your treat, Prosecutor Blackquill. What a shame. Now then, let us adjourn until the Manju arrive by Carrier Hawk. Court will reconvene as soon as Taka returns. So would that be considered Taka takeout? Taka out? Tack out? Tack out. So would that be considered tack out? Something along those lines. I'm sure there's a better joke there somewhere. Now that the sweet buds have arrived, this court is back in session. Go on the window, eat up. Nice flavor. You can really taste the sake. Holy shit, is the entire court actually seriously about to get mildly drunk? This court is wild, and y'all. That was delicious. But yeah, everybody's going to get mildly buzzed up in here, okay. Yes, a unique sweetness and the faint aroma of sake. Yet I hardly think that anyone could pass out from eating something like this. What's the matter, Window? You're not afraid of a tiny manju, are you? Or are you scared of how many calories it has? Then don't be ridiculous. A sweet little snack like this couldn't possibly. I mean, it could never. Less bleeding, more eating, witness. But fine, whatever. See, I told you. It don't affect me in the slightest. We might be a little lightweight, but come on. Nobody's that light. Just seriously, nobody gets drunk off of one little bun. It looks like it worked. Oh my. Witness, please tell the court your name and occupation. My name is Owen. I'm 5. Oh shit, boys are regressing. We got some regression going on out here. You're 5 years old. Am I in trouble? Please don't yell at me. So he's Windows' fourth personality. I would hardly think a child like him could have a motive to murder the victim. And even if he had a motive, could he have actually committed the murder? That's a very good point. Owen does appear to be very timid and weak. It seems the defense was hoping the city personality would be the real killer, but now that he is standing here before us, it is clear that none of the Windows personalities can be the killer. Well, where can I even go from here? Shisho. Owen, do you know something about what happened to your master? Come on, buddy. Won't you tell Ani Athena what happened? What a scary lady. I'm not scary. Look at Ani's big smile. Tell me about your master, please. Pretty please, with sugar on top. Okay. Shisho was super nice. He always played with me, just like a real grandpa. I loved Shisho. Athena, do you sense anything behind his words? I sense his sadness. Sadness so pure it's heartrending, but no discord. Prosecutor Sadmati is right. Owen isn't the killer. But then, don't you find it odd? Find what odd? Let's review what we've learned so far. Uendo rearranged the Karuba cards to pin the blame on Bucky. Well, that's because the original message implicated Owen. But Owen's only 5 years old and absolutely adores Master Tornado. Exactly. The other three personalities also have no motive for murder. If Owen isn't the true culprit, then the person who first laid out the cards probably wouldn't have been Master Tornado. So then, who did it? Defense? Did the appearance of Owen help you figure anything out? Yes, Your Honor. I now know who it was that first laid out the Karuba cards. But I thought it was the victim, right? No, Your Honor. I don't believe it was. The one who first arranged the Karuba cards on the table was none other than... I believe the person who laid the cards out is the very person who killed Typhoon Tornado. How quickly you move on to a new target when your own theory proves false. You Pokuman. I don't know what a Pokuman is, but I know I am definitely not one. And before you start with the sermons, why don't you hear me out? Yes, let's hear the defense's reasoning. Please proceed, Miss Sykes. But if you are bluffing, I won't go easy on you. I understand, Your Honor. Now then, please recall the original crime scene. Who did the Karuba card's name when the scene was discovered? Let's see. We believe they implicated the defendant, Bucky Wet. That's right. But we then found out that the message originally read Owen Ford, which implicated the young boy, Owen. Exactly, and the person who rearranged the card was undoubtedly Uendo. Uendo may have kept silent, but we can be sure he already knew his master was dead. His tampering with the crime scene using the TV all but proves it. I confess, I tampered with the crime scene. The reason Uendo rearranged the Karuba card that moved the TV was because he saw the Owen Ford message and was convinced Owen had committed the crime. Right on, Prosecutor Blackquill. It would seem that Owen and the other three personalities don't share the same memories. And the other memories are probably not aware that he's, a young kid personality. So he couldn't have committed a murder. So they think it's entirely possible that he did. Fun and games of being crazy, right? But really, there is no fourth personality. It's just the three of us in here. Uendo feared that Owen had killed Master Tornado, so he tried to hide Owen from us. But it turns out Owen is but a 5-year-old child incapable of hurting a fly, let alone his beloved master. So naturally, the culprit must be somebody else, and this somebody else, the true killer, tried to pin the crime on Owen. I see. That does make sense. This is not but conjecture composed of half-truths and fantasy. Who then do you maintain murdered the victim? I believe Owen might know something about that.
Objection!
I refuse to allow such impromptu testimony, and from a 5-year-old no less. Such a young child is incapable of producing anything coherent. But your desperation is disgraceful. You should realize when it's time to let go, and I saw it. I saw Shisho getting... Owen, you do know something, don't you? Yeah. Oh my, is this true? If so, we must have Owen testify immediately. Don't you agree, Prosecutor Savati? It's all right, Owen. Go ahead and tell us what you know. Shisho was standing with a knife in his hand. Blood was dripping onto Shisho's face, getting it all red. I couldn't move at all. I was so scared I passed out. This is eyewitness testimony from the moment of the murder. Owen, can you tell us anything else about what you saw? I was so scared. So scared. Owen, his emotions are spiraling out of control. Something must have really frightened him. Is he alright? His emotions are running wild because he's trying to recall something frightening to him. I recommend a therapy session right away. I see. Yes, please do whatever you can to help the poor boy. Will do, Your Honor. I had better find the cause of these out-of-control emotions pronto. Yeah, blood was dripping down onto Shisho's face. Blood? I don't remember seeing any blood in the crime scene photos. Besides, if the victim was standing upright, how could blood drip down onto his face? As I expected, all we managed to obtain from this child is a tale he dreamt up. I guess it's a little weird for blood to drip onto the victim's face if he was standing up. Unless it dripped down from the ceiling or something. What do you think, Simon? I don't know. Owen's one confused and upset kid right now, so who knows how accurate his testimony is. Maybe it's time for that thing instead. What thing? That thing that you and your cohorts do. What do you call it? Rotate your thinking about. Oh, you mean turn your thinking around. Yes, whatever. It's the same thing either way. No, it isn't. Who's ever heard of rotating your thinking? I mean, rotate is... Hey, wait a minute. What? You know what, Simon? In this case, I think rotate just might work perfectly after all. Come again? All I have to do is rotate things by 90 degrees. When he saw his master, Owen must have been... Owen must have been lying on the floor when he witnessed his master's murder. What? That's the conclusion I arrived at when I rotated my thinking by 90 degrees, which means that all the visuals in my matrix were off by 90 degrees. And This means Master Tornado was also lying on the floor, which solves another mystery. And which mystery is that? The mystery of how blood could have been dripping onto the victim's face. It becomes much easier to imagine how that could happen if he was lying down, like someone bleeding onto Master Tornado from somewhere up above him. I remember now. Somebody was sitting up on top of Shisho. So trying to recall his master's bloody kill is what spooked Owen originally. The blood that stained the victim's face red came from the person sitting on top of him. The victim was holding a knife, so he'd likely nicked his attacker as he was fighting back. This means his assailant was injured on their face somewhere, like the forehead, perhaps. Assuming the victim and his attacker were face to face, then yes. I see. So that is what happened. But if I recall correctly, the accused has a fresh bandage on his forehead, does he not? That injury of Mr. Wetz is conclusive evidence that he committed this murder. It seems you have dug yourself into a pit you cannot fall out of. Even though I figured out the reason for Owen's out-of-control emotions, all I did was raise further suspicion against my own client. What do I do now? What's the matter? You aren't thinking of throwing in the towel, are you?
Said.
But it looks
Stay
so
moist,
bad
my
for Bucky.
friends.
I mean, he had both
Hydrate.
motive and opportunity. Plus, he has that injury on his forehead. Your Honor, I sense that the defense is finally ready to let it go and move on. Well, Miss Sykes, I understand that you don't want to give up on your client, but I won't allow you to prolong this trial without a good reason. Well, that lawyer did her best, but all the signs point to the defendant's guilt. Maybe it's time she gave up. She tried everything she could. I really don't want to back down, but...
Silence!
Athena, are you having doubts about Bucky's innocence? I wouldn't say that. It's just... Do you remember what you said to Bucky earlier this morning? You mean, you believe me, ma'am? Of course. No matter what, I'll believe in you to the very end. Were those just empty words? Of course not. It's just that all the cards are stacked against us. Are you still stuck on that line of thinking? Motive, opportunity, and an injury to his forehead. Is that all it takes to make you stop believing in your client? Tell me again, who are you to Bucky? I'm his Miss Chickadee lawyer. Then do your duty and believe in him until the very end. I will. Simon's absolutely right. I'm Bucky's lawyer, and he's depending on me to buck up. Defense team, please, no fighting in my court. The defense is ready to resume, Your Honor. Prosecutor Blackwell was just giving me a pep talk, that's all. Thank you, Prosecutor. I didn't do it for your sake. I did it for the future of Wet Soba. Yeah, I got it. The defense would like to now continue with Owen's therapy session. Owen, would you be alright with that? Okay. So I was sitting up on top of Shisho, bleeding from their head, and smooshing something into Shisho's face. That's funny. What is it? I still hear discord in Owen's voice. I don't sense any inconsistencies between his statements and his emotions. And there don't seem to be any contradictions in his testimony itself, either. So that's it. Did you figure something out? Your ability to sense emotions is making you focus too much on his feelings, Athena. But there's actually something he's being very vague about in his testimony. If you can clarify what he's feeling uncertain about with some evidence, you should be able to move forward from there. Okay, that makes sense. I'll give it a try. I'll just update the move matrix with the new information and then we'll be ready to go. So I just need to present some evidence on what Owen is being vague about. Which is the blood part, because he was seeing the sauce, not the blood, obviously.
Objection!
Let's put a name to the thing Owen's uncertain of, shall we? By identifying the murder weapon that was used to suffocate the victim. Fortunately for us, I spied the murder weapon right here in this crime scene photo. Unfortunately for you, I spied nothing of the sort. And the police did not spy anything of the sort during their investigation either. Pray tell, where is this murder weapon you've seen? You don't see it because it no longer looks the way it did when it was used as a weapon. This is what the killer pressed to Master Tornado's face.
Take that!
The mystery person that Owen saw pressed Soba into the victim's face, thereby suffocating him. I grow wary of your tasteless jokes. How could anyone commit murder with soft, delicate Soba? The noodles would instantly fall apart if they were pressed into someone's face. Yes, I agree. Well, I disagree. There is a way the Soba could have been used to suffocate the victim. Well, what? You will explain your theory at once, Miss Sykes. To kill Master Tornado, the culprit must have smothered him with... The culprit must have used the Soba before it was cut into noodles. In other words, the murder weapon was raw Soba dough. Order in the court. Yes, Soba dough could definitely be used to suffocate someone, couldn't it? Are you alright, Prosecutor said Maddie. I was just letting the soul of the victim know that the accused will finally face justice, thanks to the foolish lawyer before me. What are you talking about? Allow me to summarize your statements. As the accused was killing the victim, he was slashed in the face by the victim's knife. The weapon used to suffocate the victim with was the dough in the dressing room. He then disposed of the murder weapon by cutting the Soba dough into noodles. Why, you swarmy. Afterwards, the accused put the victim's face into the bowl of Soba noodles and broth to wash off the blood that had dripped onto the victim's face from his own. And there you have it, the true sequence of events behind this foul affair. Now wait just a minute. I never once said that Mr. Wet was the culprit. Who but the accused knows how to cut dough into noodles, Ethan? That's a very good point, Prosecutor said Maddie. I heard that cutting Soba dough into uniform noodles requires considerable training. But then what about the dying message? How do you explain that? The defendant wouldn't have known about Lindo's Owen personality. Perhaps the victim was simply playing with the cards and they hold no other meaning. Perhaps he spelled out Owen's name in jest sometime before his murder. That's true. From Owen's testimony, it's clear that Master Tornado cared for the boy. It appears we've arrived at a compelling conclusion. Taken together, all these points paint a convincing picture of the defendant's guilt. Owen, is there anything else you can tell us? It doesn't matter how small of a detail. Anything will do. You're scaring me. I'm sorry, Owen. Auntie Athena didn't mean to raise her voice. I have to be gentler with him. I can't forget he's only 5 years old. No need to be scared, okay, sweetie? Just tell us anything you can remember. Well, well, when I woke up, the person who killed Shisho was standing over me, bleeding from their head. Owen, you saw the killer's face. I did it again. So who was it, Owen? Do you remember? I... I don't know who it was. I'm picking up some noise. That means there's still something to uncover in Owen's testimony. I don't know what Owen saw, but suffice it to say we are analyzing the dreams of a child. You've wasted enough of our time, Defense. Let it go and move on. No, there's still discord in Owen's part that needs to be addressed. Therefore, I can't give in here. Owen, do you think you can continue your testimony for us? Okay. I'll enter the new info and run an update then. Despite witnessing the culprit's terrible crime firsthand, Owen experienced a positive feeling, one of relief. The person the witness saw was no stranger, rather it was the accused. Therefore, it was only natural that he felt some level of relief when he saw a familiar face. Defense, end this madness and sully your soul no more. Owen, who did you see? That nice smell. I love the smell of that perfume. It's the smell of, you can do it. Try to remember, Owen. The smell of, Owen. It seems Owen is now resting in the infirmary. They certainly have their hands full today down there. Let's continue with the trial. Despite Owen's testimony, it is the opinion of this humble servant of the Holy Mother that the child's words were insufficient to clear the accused of suspicion. But what about the scent of perfume Owen mentioned? I believe it's a clue that will lead us to the true culprit. But there are thousands of perfumes in the world. It could even be the scent of the hair product the accused uses. He does have one amazing hairstyle, so that's certainly possible. The witness is a 5-year-old boy. He cannot tell the difference between conventional perfumes and hair products. Why couldn't you have gone for a crew cut or something, Bucky? What's more, the only person who can cut soap bubbles with such precision is the accused and no other. How am I supposed to argue with that? And so, the person Owen saw at the scene of the crime can only be the accused, Bucky Wet. What the? Hey. I'd never use hair products or anything with a smell. If I were something like that, the smell to get into the soba. Check it. Mr. Wet, aren't you supposed to be resting in the infirmary? Whatever. You think I would let my soba stink of perfume? Try that chilled soba for yourself and see. I believe you have no choice but to try it, strictly for examination purposes, of course. Now then, let's dig in, shall we? That was delightful. Well, I'm satisfied that there are no traces of hair products or perfume from Mr. Wet's soba. First sweet bean buns and now savory soba. What a delectable trial this has been. This texture is different from the soba I had the other day. It reminds me of a dish we have in Kurain called Banu Pun. What you think, Miss Chickadee? My soba's pretty good, isn't it? It's delicious. Don't you think so, Simon? It still pales in comparison to his late father's cuisine. Society, why you always gotta be so hard on me? Bailiff, take the defendant back to the infirmary at once for some rest. Rest. Hey, I ain't a lover of plain old wheaty udon noodle, you know? I'm fresh like my soba. You don't let soba dough rest. It's about the 3 freshes of soba. Grind the seeds fresh, cut the dough fresh, and boil the noodles fresh. Good grief, what a defendant. At least Bucky wasn't the source of the perfume smell. Wait, smell a perfume? It looks like you remembered something. The phrase smell a perfume reminded me of a certain somebody. Oh, and who might that be? There's only one person that comes to mind. The phrase smell a perfume reminded me of this person. Gayru Tornado. Yes, she did smell very nice, didn't she? Just a moment, defense. You would throw suspicion on Gayru now because of a scent. Your Honor, there is no need to go along with this ever-changing claims of the defense. I suppose their claims have been awfully inconsistent, but Gayru could have been at the crime scene. Yes, but you'll get to see those balloons of hers if we call her back to okay. How vulgar. His Honor is not interested in such things. Setting the matter of her balloons aside entirely, I do believe it's appropriate to ask Gayru some questions given the circumstances. Uh-huh. This has nothing to do with her balloons, of course. Uh-huh. Thank you, Your Honor. Polkunka. Thank you for calling this disciple of the Tornado Squall Rapido back for an encore. It's me, the balloon artist you all know and love, Gayru Tornado. On to balloon. What wonderful balloon artistry. Your Honor, please. Now then, what would you like me to make for you this time? Actually, I called you back for more testimony. But I'm all talked out. This case has left me completely deflated. What? You didn't find that funny? Anyway, what exactly is going on, Simon? It seems the person who murdered Master Tornado was wearing perfume. And you were the only person I could think of who wears perfume. Wait, you mean I'm a suspect now? Gayru, you knew about Owen, right? Oh, well, yes, I often played with him as Shisho's request. So that means you could have left that fake dying message, right? Well, what? Just because I wear perfume and know Owen, you think I'm a murderer? Oh, how could you? The witness is absolutely right, with no evidence but the distorted memories of a small child. It is outrageous of the defense to accuse this woman. That's right, you don't even have any proof. You may step down from the stand, Gayru. The defense does not have one scrap of evidence that connects you to the crime. Wait just 1 minute. I may not have proof, but Owen's testimony is still enough. Please feel free to leave, Gayru. But I'm so close. There must be something I can do. Well, if the prosecutor says it's okay, then I guess I'll be going now.
Silence!
Boy, Gayru, you're an entertainer, aren't you? Once you go on stage, it's your duty to complete your performance, is it not? So what are you doing, leaving halfway through? There's a bandage on Gayru's forehead, and since we know that Master Tornado's killer has a cut on their face somewhere, impossible. How did you know, Simon? I didn't. I had to take a chance and see for myself. Otherwise, your theory would remain a groundless accusation. Your Honor, Prosecutor Sadnati, the scent of perfume and injury on the forehead. These things are completely consistent with Owen's testimony. In short, the mysterious individual Owen saw in the dressing room could have been Gayru. Miss Sykes, does this mean you are formally indicting this witness for the murder of Taifu Tornado? Should your accusation prove to be false, I hope you are prepared to pay the price in full. So Simon, what price is he talking about? I thought that should be obvious. Prosecutor Sadnok is saying he'll see to it you never stand in a court of law again. I must say, though, that he knows how to make a trial interesting. Just whose side are you on, Simon? Go on, then, and to the deep end with you. You really have but one choice anyway. Well, Miss Sykes, I'm waiting. Oh, with regards to the witness Gayru Tornado, the defense wishes to indict her. There's no reason for me to hold back, not if I really believe in my client. The defense wishes to formally indict Gayru Tornado for the murder of Taifu Tornado. I have tried to be merciful, but now not even your pleas will reach the Holy Mother's ears. You will have plenty of time to regret your decision in the pit of hell. Except I won't need to. The person who burned the victim was not Mr. West. It was Gayru Tornado. That bandage it's just from a silly slip-up I made while cooking yesterday, that's all. What kind of extreme cooking were you doing to cut yourself on the forehead? Well, what can I say? That's what happened. You also don't have an alibi for the period before 4, do you, Gayru? But, I really didn't know anything was wrong until Shisho was found dead. If you don't believe me, then it's a twisty twist. And Balloon. There you have it, an adorable little kitty. How could you suspect a cutesy little balloon artist like me? Gayru, I've been meaning to say this for a while now, but could it be that you don't have an eye for balloon art? But don't you think I know that? You didn't have to come out and say it. I'm the daughter of a great Rakugo artist. I never wanted to do stupid balloon art. I was supposed to be a Rakugo storyteller too, just like my late daddy. But Shisho told me to do balloon art instead. I guess the victim thought she had no talent as a Rakugo artist either. So you're still going to suspect a poor little thing like me. But please stop trying to skirt the issue. It all comes down to the scent of perfume and the cut on your forehead. You and Colbert and Owen's testimony share these two traits. You're dead set on accusing me, aren't you? Well, here's what I have for naughty little girls like you, with a twisty twist. I'ma cut ya, witch. Go ahead, make me testify all you want. When the truth's revealed, it'll be your balloon or mine that goes pop. Got it? Oh my, is this yet another hidden personality? Simon, is everybody in the tornado school like this? How should I know? Yeah, I visited the dressing room during that time to make a courtesy call after my act. Shisho and Owen were in there, but they were both snoring up a storm. I saw the note Shisho left, so I just left. Didn't want to disturb her, you know? The perfume Owen smelled must have been left over from when I visited. Matt, did that head pat trigger? I'm not sure if I just missed it because I was being slow or if it didn't trigger. If it didn't trigger, please let me know and I will modify that. Thank you for the head pat if it did, and welcome on in, Matt. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. I feel like I didn't look away from there that long, but I didn't see it, so... So Gayru's saying she went into the dressing room but then left right away. Don't take her at her word. Come on, do you really think I would? I'm just trying to figure out how to get her to talk about what really happened. Now then, Miss Sykes, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Where did you find your master's note? I don't know. Can't remember. Did you notice anything else unusual or out of place in the room? Well, there was a sake and a half-eaten manju on the table, but I didn't see anything else out of place or whatever in the room, though. Oh, is that a fact? Of course it is. What do you think? And you didn't change anything around while you were in there. I didn't do anything. Look, I'm telling you, I didn't see anything funny near Shisho, and I didn't touch anything in the room. Your baldness, I request that Gayru's last statement be added to her testimony. Simon, what's a statement like that going to do for us? Just play along and you'll see soon enough. I have no problem with adding that to the testimony, but how about you, Miss Sykes? I have no problem with it either, Your Honor. What is Simon thinking?
Objection!
Gayru, you said that you didn't notice anything odd or unusual near your master. You also said you didn't touch anything in the dressing room. That's right. What about it? Then I wonder who left that dying message with the Karuba cards. What are you going on about? It had to have been that Bucky. Sorry, but that's not possible, because only 3 people knew of Uendo's personalities. Uendo, your master, and you. If Bucky had left that Karuba message, he wouldn't have spelled out Owen, he would have spelled out Uendo. What it boils down to is this: as a member of the Tornado School, you, Gayru Tornado, are the only one who could have left that dying message. And as the person who left that message, it's clear that you are Master Tornado's killer. Will ya ever quit your yapping?
Objection.
You are like witches clinging to the spider thread of salvation. Allow me to cut that holy thread to the heavens and bring you back down to earth. Would you quit butting in whenever things start to go my way? Silence, child. Playtime is over. Oh, what did you just say? As the witness stated, she went into the dressing room and soon came back out again. But the victim's note was not the only reason she left with such haste. There was another reason that compelled Gayru to leave at once. Gayru, would you please relate said reason to the court? There was a reason why Gayru had to leave the dressing room. Well, I didn't want to show you this, but I guess I got no choice. Keep your eyes peeled, 'cause here it comes. Your hand is all swollen and red. What happened, Gayru? If you must know, I'm allergic to buckwheat. What? Allergic reactions to buckwheat can vary, but they're usually on the severe side. With Typhoon Tornado making soba noodles in his dressing room, Gayru is lucky to still be alive considering all the soba foul dust swirling in the air. Good thing I left pretty quick. I managed to escape with just a mild reaction. I touched Shisho as he was being carried away, and look what it did to my poor hands. There must have been soba broth on his clothes or something. If I had inhaled any of that soba power, I'd have had a seizure and it would be good night, Gayru. I never could have stayed in that dressing room for very long. A person allergic to buckwheat couldn't be in a room with soba power in the air, and certainly couldn't use soba dough as a murder weapon either. This isn't good. You knew it would come to this, didn't you? That's why you never mentioned her allergy. As if I would do anything so underhanded. I was simply trying to protect the privacy of this witness. I'm sick of all these accusations. Why don't I just testify and get it all out in the open, yeah? If I come into the slightest contact with buckwheat, I get an allergic reaction. And with that much soba flour in the air, that room could have literally killed me. Just look at my hand. Just touching Shisho's body caused this much damage. There must have been soba broth on his clothes. So I never could have committed that murder in the dressing room. I still can't believe it. Nobody told me she had a soba allergy. Did you know, Simon? Does it look like I knew? Protect the privacy of the witness, my foot. What a dirty trick. And now what do we do? There's only one thing to do. Put Prosecutor Sadmonk to shame with your cross-examination. Right. No matter how small, I'll find us an opening and break her testimony down. You're not lying about the soba allergy of yours, right? Of course not. I swear on the grave of my father up in heaven. I can even get you a doctor's certificate if you want. She seems to be telling the truth. I've had this allergy for as long as I can remember, but I never dreamt in a million years it would clear me of murder. And you'll come out of this smelling like a delicate buckwheat flour to boot. Well said, Your Honor. I'll give you that there was quite a bit of flour scattered about in that dressing room, but you went in to pay your respects to your master Carcass, right? Yeah, but like I said, I came right back out. I mean, the soda making tools were right there. You better believe I was careful not to breathe any of it in. But you still could have committed this crime if you had held your breath while doing it. Don't be ridiculous. I would have suffocated to death before Shisho did. Yeah, I guess you're right. Get a grip, will ya? Okay.
Hold it!
Maybe there's a twist here, like you're actually allergic to dogs and not soba. You kidding? Bring it my little Jugemun in here. I'll hug and squeeze him like there's no tomorrow. I'm telling you, I have a genuine, honest-to-goodness soba allergy. Defense, the witness clearly has an authentic allergy to buckwheat. Any further deliberation on the matter would be meaningless, pointless, worthless. You heard the man, lawyer girl. All right, fine. I was just starting to think the same thing myself. Doesn't mean I have to like it though. I probably got this allergic reaction on my hand here because I touched Shisho.
Hold it!
I have a question about that actually. If you're allergic to soba, does that mean you're allergic to the noodle broth too? Well, the buckwheat from the noodles can dissolve into the broth, so duh. Touching soap broth can be just as deadly for me. Don't you know anything? What an amateur. I'm sorry. Do I look like a doctor to you? Look, anything that has soba in it or anything that has touched soba is like poison to me.
Hold it!
So I just want to cover all of my bases, but could the murder have possibly occurred somewhere other than the dressing room?
Objection!
That is out of the question. By even asking, you show your complete disregard for all we have discussed until now. Yes, I have to agree. The defense can't go around suggesting new premises without basis. Unfortunately for you, Shisho didn't take a single step from his dressing room around the time of the murder. Oh well, that is unfortunate for everyone. Geiru could not have possibly committed this crime in a room where soba was being made. Finally, the time has come for the last rites of the victim to begin. Well, what would Mr. Wright do at a time like this? Office, there's only one thing to do. What are you smiling about? Has the pressure overwhelmed you? Nope. It's just the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. I see. You have no rebuttal, and so the only thing left to you is to smile. That's where you're wrong. I do have a rebuttal. Turn your thinking around, Athena. Don't try to figure out how Geiru, who is allergic to soba, could commit the crime. Figure out how Geiru could be in that room and not have an allergic reaction instead. Let me rest. Maybe if I were a lump of regular flour dough for udon noodles. But I'm fresh like my soba, and you don't let soba dough rest. It's all about the three freshes. Grind the buckwheat seeds fresh, cut the dough fresh, and boil the noodles fresh. He's blacked out. It appears to have been written by the victim. Allow me to read it. Resting. Do not disturb. Yes, that's the note I saw. After reading that, who wouldn't think Shisho was napping? If you must know, I'm allergic to buckwheat. Mondu, What if that certain piece of evidence doesn't mean what we think it means? If that's the case, I might be able to prove that Geiru could have committed this crime. No matter how hard you search your mind, you cannot overturn facts. Well, Miss Sykes, if you have no further objections, I'll hand down my ruling. True, I can't overturn facts, but what if we got our facts about a piece of evidence wrong? We got our facts wrong. What are you talking about now? And which piece of evidence do you mean, Miss Sykes? Please point it out to this court. This evidence proves that Geiru could have killed her master, even with her soba allergy.
Take that!
It's Master Tornado's note. The note? Preposterous. What possible connection could there be between the witness's allergy and that note? The answer lies in the true meaning of this note. Its true meaning. This note does not mean I am resting, do not disturb, as we had assumed, but rather it actually means this doe is resting, do not disturb it. Wait a minute, Athena. That doesn't make any sense. You're right, it doesn't. After all, as Bucky told us many a time, you don't let Soba doe rest. Oh, what's all this jibber-jabber got to do with anything? This is it, the home stretch. This note and Mr. Wet's words have led me to the conclusion that Mr. Tornado was... The victim, Typhoon Tornado, was not making buckwheat noodles. He was making ordinary udon noodles instead. Pokanka! That layer of flour in the dressing room wasn't soba flour, but plain old wheat flour for udon. So actually it was totally possible for Geiru to be in that room and kill her master. What? But if that's true, it changes everything. Your Honor, the defense requests that the flour in the room be tested immediately. But soba noodles were found in the bowl, and Geiru did have a reaction on his hand. How do you explain those things? Well, even were it udon flour instead of soba, you still cannot prove Geiru committed the crime. But don't lose your nerve now. Keep charging forward or you'll feel my blade at your back. Enough with the threats already. I got it. Talk about pressure. Alright, Athena, take a deep breath and go over everything again. I'm going to revisualize the case from start to finish. I have to find conclusive evidence that Geiru committed this murder. What was Master Tornado making in his dressing room? By my logic, Master Tornado must have been making udon in his dressing room, but something at the crime scene indicates otherwise. What was found in the bowl on the table? Even though the master wasn't making soba, soba noodles were found at the scene, so that means the noodles had to have come from somewhere. Wait a minute, one mysterious serving of soba noodles. That sounds familiar. Where did the soba in the bowl on the table come from? The soba noodles found at the scene were from the master's stock of uncooked noodles. But then why would the culprit go out of her way to cook that soba and put it in the bowl? Why did the culprit cook the soba noodles and put them in the bowl? Soba was found at the scene, so that means the culprit must have taken the udon with her to hide it. But why did the culprit take the udon away and hide it? It must have been because... That's it. The udon dough was the real weapon used to kill Typhoon Tornado. And the reason why no weapon was found is because Geiru got rid of the dough somehow. The real murder weapon was the udon dough the victim made. If we can find this dough, that'll prove my theory correct, and undeniably prove Geiru's guilt.
Objection!
Even if we could find this dough, what makes you think it would prove she is the one? Please recall Owen's eyewitness testimony, Prosecutor Sadnadi. If the injury on Geiru's forehead was caused by the victim's knife, then Geiru's blood must have dripped down onto the dough used as the murder weapon. That would make the dough pretty conclusive evidence, wouldn't you agree? But where is this conclusive evidence? Let's hear your theory on where this murder weapon is. Or, well, it's... If I can't find the answer in the evidence I have on hand, we'll lose this trial. So how did Geiru get rid of the udon dough? Think, Athena. What do I have that points to suspicious behavior on Geiru's part? Now then, Miss Sykes, let's hear your answer. Where is the real murder weapon hidden? Nice barking you did there. I assume you have the bite to back it up. Stop distracting me, especially not right now. This piece of evidence can point us to the location of the hidden murder weapon.
Take that!
Geiru. What is it? I'm just an innocent girl. I don't know anything about a murder. Stuff that cute act in your blue hat. Geiru got rid of the dough she used to kill Master Tornado in a bold and daring way. She did it right in front of Prosecutor Blackdoor's nose by feeding it to her dog. No, Of course, now it all makes sense. I was puzzled as to why Geiru, who should know her own dog's eating habits, would feed Jugemu more than he could possibly finish. Your Honor, please order an investigation of the yard right now. And what should the police at the theater be looking for exactly? Jugemu must have buried his leftover dumplings somewhere around his doghouse. Dumplings that Geiru made out of the udon dough with her blood in it. This is preposterous. I want to thank you, Simon. If you hadn't kept me going, I might have given up along the way. What are you blathering on about? You still have work to do. Now, by your hand, finish this wretched case off, Athena. You got it. Geiru, do you remember what you said happened when the truth is finally revealed? When the truth's revealed, it'll be your balloon or mine that goes pop. Got it? Well, now the truth is out, and it looks to me like it's your balloon that goes pop. Pokanka! I'm a Rakugo artist. I was the one who was supposed to validate the name, but then Shisho. Why are my balloons bursting? Daddy, are you mad at me? I've been a bad girl. I need a spanking. Oh, even those were actual balloons. Wowzers. Are you ready to tell us everything now, Gaylu? The whole reason I entered the world of Rakugo in the first place was to follow in my father's wonderful footsteps and inherit his stage name. His stage name? You don't mean Window Tornado. I knew I wasn't very good at storytelling, but I thought that if I did the stupid balloon thing like Shisho wanted, I would inherit the name someday. The Master Tornado gave the name to his junior disciple. Yeah, that's why I took my revenge on Shisho during the show celebrating the name succession. So that was your entire motive. I doubt anybody else could understand, but inheriting my father's name was everything to me. It was my whole reason for living. Of all the days you could have taken your revenge, why did you choose the day of the show? Because I wanted to pay Uendo back for stealing what was rightfully mine. I wanted to pin the blame on him at the show, where all the Tornado fans were gathered. But then Uendo tried to shift the blame onto Bucky Wheat. And now we know the whole story. There's just one more thing I want to know. Did you know Master Tornado was making udon in his dressing room yesterday? No, I didn't. When I saw the soba making tools, I was worried about my allergy. That was my only chance to get my revenge on the two of them, so I went ahead and did it. So it was a premeditated crime, but in the end you only went through with it on impulse. Then the allergic reaction on your hand. Is it from touching the sofa in the refrigerator with your bare hands when you were tampering with the crime scene after your master's death? Yeah, by that time I wasn't clear-headed enough to worry about my allergy. Gayru, how could you do all this, you idiot? Gayru, I get your desire to inherit your father's name, but what you really should have inherited from him wasn't his name, but his heart. His heart. Do you have anything to add, Prosecutor Sadmati? Any objections? No, Your Honor. Miss Athena Sykes? Yes, that's the first time he's used my name. I shall be sure to remember your name. Really? It seems he finally recognizes you as a proper adversary. Thanks. That's all I ask, Prosecutor Sadmati. It looks like there are no further objections. Bailiff, please bring in the defendant. Good. It seems you have made a full recovery. Now then, this court finds the defendant, Bucky Wet. This court is adjourned. Congratulations, Bucky. I'm so glad you're found innocent. Thanks for everything, Miss Chickadee. But it still sucks that you're accused of a crime you didn't commit. Did Uendo have it out for you or something? I don't think so. Uendo said it was a spur-of-the-moment idea he got when he saw the silver-themed cards. Simon, where have you been? I stopped in at Uendo's questioning. Only you, Bucky, could get framed for a crime on a whim. No way. I almost got convicted out of convenience. Well, at least you've been completely cleared of all charges, so fuck up, Bucky. On a more important note, what I really want to know is, why did Master Tornado let Gabriel inherit her father's name? What do you mean, on a more important note, Miss Chickadee? Don't be such a wet blanket, just go with the flow. Now come on. You think the Master was trying to encourage her to quit the entertainment business? No, that's not it. He didn't give the name to her because he wanted Garu to find her own calling in life, to perform whatever she wanted without being bound by her father's name, or Rakugo, making udons his way of showing his support for her in her new endeavor. So that's why he called you to the theater, to teach him how to make udon. A more roundabout way I've never seen, but that's Master Tornado for you. So this entire incident happened because of a misunderstanding. How sad. By the way, Gabriel wasn't the only person Master Tornado was trying to cheer on, even though the person in question still seems unaware of the Master's intentions. What? You talking about me? Come on, no way. All that old man ever did was criticize my soba. That's not true, Bucky. There must be a way to make Bucky see just how much Master Tornado cared about him.
Take that!
Take a good look, Bucky. Whose name is on there as the holder of this title deed? It's still in my name. Master Tornado was just up to one of his tricks when he said he stole the shop from you. He was trying to force you to grow into a truly capable owner in your father's stead. He probably used some tough love on you so that the shop wouldn't just go belly up. I see. I never knew. Master Tornado, I'm so sorry. Keep working hard, Bucky, and pay him back by living up to his expectations. Thanks, Slimy, and you too, Ms. Chickadee. One day my soba's gonna be so good, it'll knock that old man's socks clean off. After all, I'm the 4th generation owner of Wet Soba, Wet Noodle number 4. Well, I had better be going back to my shop. I gotta get ready for the lunch rush. Hold on. Could I place an order for delivery, Bucky? Yes, Miss Chickadee. Could you deliver a bowl of udon to Garu on behalf of her master? You got it. I'll make sure it's got all the TLC Master Tornado would pack in it too. Thank you. Well, see you. Be sure to drop by the shop sometime. I will, and I'll bring the whole agency with me. Do us all proud, Bucky. I'll have the best soba in town waiting for you when you come. Peace out. It's nice to see somebody giving it their all, isn't it? I wonder if I leveled up any thanks to this case. Don't kid yourself. The trial would have been a spectacle and a half had I not been by your side. You don't know that. For a lawyer who's versed in psychology, you're too full of weak points. You need to learn to analyze yourself more objectively. Or you could just teach me your famous mind tricks, Simon. No. Way to shut someone down. And why not? Because the more pesky lawyers there are, the harder my job becomes. So it's in my best interest for you to remain green forever. What about what's in my best interest, huh? Besides, weren't you the one who had the wool pulled over your eyes by Uendo? Must you remind me? How could I have known Uendo would do time soba? Hey, speaking of time soba, I just thought of something funny. Oh, goody. I can't wait. Okay, here it is. In time soba, why did Mon number 9 get counted? Come on, do you know, Simon? How should I know? Because 7, 8, 9. Thank you, I'll be here all week. That I should have known. Come on, let's go get soba or something and go home. Your treat? I'll treat you to half of the tab. And don't forget, you still owe me for that manju. Really, Simon, it wouldn't hurt for you to pay for me every once in a while, you know? Quit squawking and start walking, Athena. He did say he would still pay for half of it. That's still paying for some of it, right? Hey, wait for me. I may still have a ways to go as a lawyer, but just like Mr. Wright, Apollo, and Simon before me, I'm going to get there someday. After all, I've inherited their passion for our courts and the law. Ja Japula Fair? Oh, Lord, okay. Propriety's going to make me Google what this means. It's obviously French, but Japula Fair. I can do it. Makes sense.
Je peux le faire.
And I was saying it right, Japula Fair. I can do it. And that is the end of that case. Okay, we seem to have 5 people today. So we are going to do a raid. I feel like doing a raid since we have a fair number of people today. Here is the raid
Stream
message.
Elements said, "Woo turtle time. Woo."
So feel free to copy that. If you do not have a sub, feel free to just type the face, you know, with the U and the W and the U for the emote. And maybe I'll see you guys tomorrow for some more Phoenix Wright. I don't feel like we have too much more to go, honestly. I feel like we're getting really close to the end of the game. So stay safe, friends. Feel free to raid with us to, where is she? Where is she? How do I spell this? Doop. There she is. To Hecate, she is a beautiful cat lady. And maybe I will see you tomorrow for some more, yeah.